back. We're back. Live producers up. Notifications coming out. Notifications are going out. Good to see. Getting the stream fired up. Good afternoon. It is now 12:03 p.m. here in Minnesota. Letting people populate on in quick. Hello. Hop on in. Most recent updated map. We have breaking news to talk about, including Chernobyl. Chernobyl has now been taken by Russian forces. You guys have anybody been keeping up on the Chernobyl restoration? We'll pull up that video here shortly. Let me just get all the things set up here. Let me get all the things set up. Welcome everybody. Also happening is a protest in Moscow. This is live. The police are just grabbing people. But this is a live look in Moscow. See, like protesters that are protesting the war are getting just scooped. This looks similar, right? So this is happening right now in Moscow. Anti-war protests. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Like the video if you haven't. Make sure you share the stream. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I'm pulling the stream up. So this is live right now in Moscow. This video. This isn't a video. This is a live feed. I try to pull up as many live feeds as I can, and then I'll tell you guys when it's a video and when it's not live, or I'll tell you the difference. I got some sleep. Last night or this morning. I went to bed from like 6 a.m. What time did we go to bed at? Like 6 a.m. chat? The people are starting to walk away. They're literally walking in the crowd and just grabbing people. How terrifying to be snatched up in Russia, dude. Who knows if those people are coming back at all. That crowd was big like 5 minutes ago, and they didn't even announce anything. The police weren't even talking. They were just going into the crowd, like just grabbing people. Good afternoon. They're still doing it. There's no LRAD. There's no this is the Russian police. Look at all the vans. Ain't nothing like the United States here. They're just going in and grabbing people. Oh, you're coming with us. This is live right now in Moscow, in case anybody's wondering. I'm trying to find as many live feeds as I can going on around the world or in Ukraine. We have video clips to go over. President Biden is due to make an address in the hour. He's going to be speaking at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Excuse me, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so that would be 12:30 p.m. Central Time, my time. So this is an anti-war, pro-Ukraine protest in Moscow. Russian police are just scooping them up. Not even saying anything. Listen how quiet it is. There, max volume. They have so many buses. Oh, that'd be terrifying to get scooped up in. That'd be terrifying. So other recent breaking, so this is happening right now, but I'm going to be using video. Shout out again Kevin Steele from 1813, but this video can be found anywhere right now. This is Chernobyl. Excuse me.
It was like...
That's a live audio, so it's going to... Yeah, this can be found on Rupley's YouTube channel right now. How you doing, Darian? How you doing? But here's Chernobyl. If you guys watch, I don't know if you watched the show or know anything about Chernobyl. The
like
nuclear...
a scene out of a movie, a gun battle.
What the heck is that?
were pricey exotic dogs.
Facebook playing videos. My bad, chat. So this is Chernobyl, the power plant. Russians are inside of it now. This is a video. This just came out recently. We're going to pull up the map. So this is in Chernobyl. Let's pull up the Ukraine map. Let's look up the most recent stories. I got myself on the left side of the screen now, so you guys can read what's on the right. We're going to be having this issue tons. 520 errors. Why are they being arrested? Because they're pro-Ukraine protesters, and it's Russia. This is in Russia. This crowd was a lot larger not that long ago. Pulling up the Ukraine map, UA map. Again, we are waiting for Biden to speak. Here's a live look in Kiev. I've heard multiple people say it different ways. I've heard Kiev. But this is what it looks like now. If you guys were watching my coverage earlier, you know that it's now nighttime there. We watched it daytime most of the day, and now it's nighttime. Took a little bit of a nap. Spam those reactions if you guys haven't. Let me know in the chat where you're tuning in from. I have to share the stream still, too. Praying for world peace. We're live on Facebook and YouTube right now. Welcome, everybody. How are we doing? Comment where you're watching from, where in the country or where in the world you're tuning in from. Yep, Heather, we have that. I'm trying to load up the map so you guys can see it on the map. I just showed you a video that Russia has taken Chernobyl. I'm trying to reload the map, but it's having a tough time. Anybody? I think the app is working the best right now. Yep, I got that. We watched video. I'm trying to pull up the video. The shell hit the Bucha crossing. So if you guys want to go to live UA map, you can pull up the map of Ukraine and watch the whole conflict play out, like you're like a risk or whatever. Live UA map, and you can see the armor movement, the ground forces. You can see where they're doing airstrikes. You can see the casualties for Ukraine. I'm trying to pull up the recent update talking about Chernobyl. We got Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's do some viewer shout-outs quick. I think Facebook might be a touch behind. We got Milwaukee, Wisconsin tuned in. We got Piedmont, Alabama, Twin Cities, Minnesota. I'm trying to get the snap map going, guys. I'm trying to get the live map. Central Wisconsin. I'm not getting any. Maybe I need to. All right, let's go to. So here is live look from Scooter Caster. Scooter Caster is in Ukraine right now. She does excellent reporting. Go follow her Twitter page. Been using lots of her videos that we've been going through. So please, again, everybody that I'm using their videos, please go and follow them as you can. So this is from Scooter Caster, and here is an update on the traffic that we were watching earlier today. So as you can see, that highway is still just not. I mean, it's moving, but it's now dark. And we watched that this morning. This is the evacuation. South Dakota tuned in. We got the Twin Cities tuned in. We got Vermont tuned in. Moscow, Idaho. We can't pull videos up. I'm having a hell of a time with the map right now, too. So you guys aren't alone. I'm sure there's millions of people on this website right now, and this website does not look like it's built to be handling this many people on the website. I'm looking for the Chernobyl updates in the news, and it's not. The news isn't even updating properly. Let's type in Chernobyl so we can get some videos. So we saw this. If you missed it a moment ago, this is about a 9-second clip. This is what the tanks, Russian tanks inside of Chernobyl. We got Ohio tuned in. What site was that map? Live UA. I'll link it to you guys quick. It's having a hell of a time though. So I recommend downloading this app. I'm not sponsored by this thing or anything. You guys are looking for relevant information, so I gotta tell you. So this isn't sponsored or anything. I don't even know who runs this thing. But this is an app too. So go to your app store and download Live UA Map, whatever app store you have, and you can download what I'm looking at right now, and it works way better. The website is not working well, but I'll still link it to you guys. I don't even know if it'll pop up. It might be a 502 error for you pretty quick. Yeah, we were watching this map all night. We had one of our viewers last night told us about it. We were live earlier if you guys missed our coverage last night, but I had to take a couple-hour break. Where are you guys at? Alright, Facebook, you guys are getting the link. And then YouTube, give me a second. I need to get 2 monitors, I know. I'm still working with the single monitor action. It's tough. I gotta do things like this. Oh well. Alright, YouTube, you guys are getting the link too. Thank you so much, mods. We have mod help too, guys. We have mods awake now. I forgot. Shout out mod. Thank you so much. Shout out to our mod team. That's gonna help. I totally forgot. Yeah. We had mod Esme on with us last night, and then we had Cherry that we gave Josh a wrench on YouTube to help. But we were up all night with this, watching this. I'm trying to pull up more of Chernobyl. Here's the latest Chernobyl videos. Russian troops captured Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The station has reportedly been taking hostage. So if you guys have watched the show Chernobyl on HBO, or maybe if you're old enough and you lived through this, when this happened in the 80s, and there's been a big restoration project to try to prevent the nuclear spillage from continuing or getting worse, and I've been keeping up on that at least. So that's tough to see that. Ukraine has lost control of the Chernobyl nuclear site after a fierce battle with Russian troops. So again, viewer discretion is advised for some of the videos and clips we're going to be going through. Russia holding staff hostage in Chernobyl, and then shot at. So this is like a rocket attack. So that came from a fighter jet into a. It looks like a house. There's the fighter jet. There's the fighter jet with missiles. This is happening for you now. This hasn't really kicked in yet for you. We've seen that. The battle in Chernobyl risked damaging the cement-encased nuclear reactor that melted in 1986. Radioactive dust could cover the territory of Ukraine, Belarus, and the countries of the European Union. Yeah, that is definitely something to worry about. Here's a column of Russian army enters the Chernobyl zone from Belarus. The video was filmed by surveillance cameras. That's the other thing. It's important to these surveillance camera videos are way more reliable than you got to check that when these are being posted. But a lot of these cell phone camera videos that are coming out are being fake. So you gotta pay attention to that shit too. Here's a column moving into Chernobyl. The battle at Chernobyl, dude. Wow. Biden's supposed to be speaking in like 10 minutes, 13 minutes. He was supposed to speak at 11 a.m., but that got pushed back. The G7 meeting concluded like under the hour. They had a G7 meeting with all the world leaders about this right now. What do you mean, John? What do you mean where was all the outrage? Listen, at that time, this is a day and age where you have social media. I wasn't old enough to know what was going on in the world, but I'm sure there was anti-war protests then too. People speaking out against that when that was happening. We just live in a day and age now where we get to, because of social media and technology now, we can watch this war as it plays out. So we have video going too. So this is happening, guys. This is the audio you're hearing in the background. I'll turn it down so it's kind of loud. But this is in Moscow. You guys, that whole crowd of protesters has been cleared out. This is a long video. That's a big tank column. But they're just like walking and literally grabbing people. That whole crowd that was there, the protest is gone. This is in Moscow. Anti-war protests, pro-Ukraine protests in Moscow. How do they know who to grab in the crowd? Because there's people there that... It's so quiet. Look at how quiet... Oh, of course it's over. Oh, got that at the end of that. I wonder if there's any more video. Oh, I think Reuters has a feed. Yep. No, this was what it looked like. I suppose we can go back and see. But they've been snatching people up. This had to have been like a half hour ago now. In Moscow. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for those stars, Penny Beth, 50 stars. It really does help the media. So this is the latest from President Biden. That's old. So this morning I met with G7 counterparts to discuss President Putin's unjustified attack on Ukraine. We agreed to move forward on devastating packages of sanctions and other economic measures to hold Russia to account. We stand with the brave people of Ukraine. And so he's going to be making an address to the nation here in like 9 minutes apparently. Let's look at any recent stories. Let's check the UA interactive map. Can I turn up my mic? Is it quiet? Hold on, yes. Am I too quiet? Can I turn up my mic? I think am I not loud? I think I'm pretty dang loud. I just listened to my own stream. I'm pretty loud. You guys can hear me pretty quick, right? This is called the live UA map. This is the live UA map. Turn my mic up? What? I'm pretty loud. No, I know, I'm fine. I just turned my phone up. I'm loud. You're gonna have to turn their volume up. Anyways, this is live UA map. And thank you guys. Thanks Facebook. Thanks YouTube. When the videos are going, okay, so I'll turn the video. Okay, I'll turn the video volume down. There we go. So the videos are loud. Okay, so I'll turn the videos down some. Okay, and then you guys can hear me while we listen to the videos. Copy that. All right, copy that. So this is a live UA map. Download the app. Website is sus, and look at how it's loading. This is not good. So, and there's ads all over it too. I got really good computer protection, but you know they got ads riddled all over this thing. So if you don't have the best computer protection, I don't know about going on this one, but if you have the App Store, it works fine. And plus you get notifications too. So not only is it good to have as the app, but then every time something happens or a breaking news story in the region happens, you guys get notified on your phone. So the recent update I have on the map, let me see if I got a recent one on the app. I'll just turn down the video volume, chat, a little bit, so that way I don't. There we go. Let me check the app. No, that's the latest. Is the shell hit the Bucha crossing? Let's look at the source. Telegram. Interesting. So this is how they track. So this is how people in the region. This is how they're tracking. They post to Telegram and other apps, and then they compile the information and then post it and geolocate it, so we can get an idea of where it happened. Those are explosions in Kyiv that happened 15 hours ago. I mean, you can go. This is a really good resource right now. Update this. Big crowd in St. Petersburg, Russia. So I haven't seen this yet. I don't know if there's any feeds of this happening, but the one in Moscow is getting quelled. This is in St. Petersburg. That's good. Look at the. That's gonna get. They're gonna arrest everybody. To the gulag for real. The real one. The one, you know, you play Call of Duty, that's where do you think it came from? Dude, I would not be, dude, terrifying. The brave protesters in that country. It's scary being a protester for anything in the United States, but like, dude. A crowd gathered outside the Russian embassy in Washington. This is in Washington. Oh, I got music. Pushkin Square, maybe less than 1,000 meters from Red Square in the Kremlin, is the site of a significant protest. These people know the risks of challenging the regime. They're on the street in spite of major replacement costs. The people in Russia are protesting like in mass. Who in Russia supports anything that's happening? Like the people? Do the people even support? Anti-war protesters in downtown Moscow are quickly detained by police. Wow, this looks... These images look similar. So this is all anti-war protests and port protesters that are supporting Ukraine in Russia. You gotta run. Yeah, this is terrible. So we got 4 minutes before Biden's supposed to be making an address. Let's see if we can pull up a feed. Let me see if we can pull up the White House feed. I want to watch that. I want to watch some of that too. That's going to give us some background on the Ukraine-Russia conflict. White House. I'm hoping they go live from this channel. Here we go. Yeah, we will begin shortly. Perfect. All right, so this is going to be Biden's address to the nation as everything's happening right now. This is old video. EU leaders arrive in Brussels for a summit. So they're having summits right now. Summits on summits.
If Russia is not controlling totally the airspace, we all know this from the history, and we have to act according to the facts. Thank you.
Do you think that President Macron was perhaps too naive in negotiating with President Putin?
Well, first of all, it's good to negotiate because everything is better than war.
Hey, thank you so much for those stars. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank
you.
Mr. Putin.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you to Allison. Thank you to Penny Beth. Thank you to Penny Beth. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christy, for the 100 stars. Thank you everybody that's been sending stars. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Evie. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Mo, for the 200 stars. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole, for the 99 stars. Thank you, Allie, for the 100 stars. Thank you, guys. If I missed anyone else, I do apologize. That's all the alerts I have right now. But thank you guys all for sending stars. So this is the White House The White House, nothing yet.
To defend themselves.
This is also live.
We have to
Lots of live going on right now.
humanitarian, economic, and also
We want to try to find his
something like
What's going on with the cameras? Prime Minister Johnson gives a statement.
When companies work human, people...
See what Boris is talking about. Nope. 2 ads. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much for becoming a follower.
Underline the importance of accurate information.
So this is happening in UK Parliament right now,
He
which is also
is quite
important.
right. And
listen, the United States side of this is not the only important thing. If you're an American right now and you just want to go and listen to Americans talk, that's not going to be the best.
We have to make sure that we are telling people exactly what is going on. And to the best of my knowledge at the moment, the Ukrainians are resisting much more strongly than some people had thought that they would. Who knows?
This is Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the UK.
Keep going. Let's hope they can, and let's encourage them to do so. But, Mr. Speaker, let's get the message out as well. I think that is our job.
So, world leaders speaking. Biden is supposed to be speaking here in any minute, which we'll be switching to.
Shamelessly, after Crimea, we were spineless. We must not be spineless now, because what will inevitably happen is either the Baltic states, one of the members of NATO, or perhaps Sweden or Finland will feel the wrath of Putin next. And that will mean British action. Don't we need to try and set in train now a process whereby Putin himself ends up in the dock in a court? Norman Burkitt said, who was the alternate British judge at Nuremberg, said at Nuremberg, initiating a war of aggression is not only an international crime, it is the supreme international crime, differing only from other war crimes.
Yeah, we got it, Isaac.
Contains within itself.
Yeah, we have the White House feed up.
Evil.
We got to turn it down because he's kind of quiet.
He must be brought.
This guy's loud, so we'll hear it.
His days in prison.
I have the White House feed ready to go. He's supposed to be starting any minute, like right now.
Things about what Putin is doing is how close an analogy there is between his actions and those of Slobodan Milosevic. Exactly the same nonsense being peddled about the mystical union between Kosovo and Belgrade as between
Yep,
Kiev
I got it, guys.
and
100%.
Moscow.
Thank you so much
Exactly
for the reminders.
same,
Yeah, we got Biden's address
remember
we're getting ready for it.
Slobodan
But this is the
Milosevic
UK right now
died
too, which
on
is
trial.
important as well.
Mark Harper.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the package of sanctions set out by the Prime Minister and the fact that he's confirmed more will come. If they are to be successful at punishing President Putin for what he has done to date and deterring him from going further and attacking our NATO partners, they must be sustained.
Because I don't think Britain would stand by and let Sweden and Finland get. I don't think that would happen in this day and age.
For them, we are going to have to pay an economic cost.
That's why. Yeah, I know they're
but
not part of
it's a cost
NATO,
we
but I don't
must
think they
pay,
would.
And it pales into insignificance.
Yeah, Biden might be. No, he got done with
compared to
his
the
press
people of
conference was
Ukraine.
supposed to be at 11.
Yes, and
Now
not
it's
only is
12:31
that
p.m.
true, Mr.
He's
Speaker,
a minute late.
But the opportunity and the reward for success and being strong is huge. Because if this
I'm going to
should
say it
end,
now, this might be the first
Mr.
conflict where
Speaker, with
the world doesn't look toward the
rejection
United States.
of aggression and the rejection
Shit, I
of
wouldn't.
the Putin regime's view of the world, then that would be a massive, massive benefit and an economic
Look, y'all want our
benefit
help for.
as
We
well,
hate each other.
to the whole world.
Chamberlain.
Mr. Speaker,
Why do they want to involve the United States? Why? So that we can just like put some drama into it?
She resided in Scotland for 20 years with her daughter and her family. But due to an initial error in an application, she eventually exhausted appeals and was deported with 2 COVID jags last year. Now that 71-year-old is sheltering in a subway. In response to the Honourable Member for Central Ayrshire, who's no longer in her place,
Yo,
I would
why is
reiterate
he
that
cannot be
the Prime Minister
late
agreed
in
with me
these
that as we face a
situations,
likely
bro?
refugee crisis, the UK must be doing all it can to extract individuals who have immediate family relatives in the UK and urge
Try to
her
warn
support
y'all. Try to warn you, Democrat voters. Try to warn you.
Again, I thank her very much for drawing the case to my attention. If she
Jesus,
sent me the
dude.
details, I'll be happy to
2
make sure
minutes
it's properly
late.
taken up by the Home Office.
And he's already rescheduled
Can I
it.
just say, those who didn't get in, we have got a list for next time, because this will definitely not be the end. Okay, let people leave before I come to you, Chairman.
Maybe they're okay. Now is the American one going to start? America. There's the Parliament just finished. Boris Johnson just made statements, but they're not going to stand. They're not going to sit back. So Parliament just finished. White House. We're still getting the sleep. We're still getting the crust out of our eyes. We're still getting the crust out. We still got our morning stretches. We're checking TikTok still. You know, we gotta make sure we have our Starbucks. All right, we're gonna wait. This is the White House feed. Right now, what's going on? Really, let's while we're waiting for this, let's reload the Ukraine map. It's having issues. Anybody having issues with the map, live UA map? I swear to God. Explode. Okay, that's old. This map, my map is having issues. Three hours ago? No, that's not good. My map is just not loading even new information. You guys having you guys having issues on your maps too? Hey Angela, thank you so much for the 200 stars. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hundreds of gas leaks reported in Washington. Oh, it's okay, Biden. Don't worry. It's not like there's a war happening right now. Your map is good. I bet you is it working better for you in the app, Detroit? Is it working better in the app? I wonder if I can. The most recent update I have is the Bucha crossing. Is that the one you have too? Is the Bucha crossing the most recent update you have? Am I missing something? Is there any other country's world leader we can watch right now? Boris Johnson, I think. No.
Broad consensus in this house.
We gotta go back because I cut off the live feed. Hold on. We gotta watch that too. This is gonna tell us, give us some background on the conflict. Very educational. I'm getting frustrated. What's the app called? Live UA. Live UA map. Boris Johnson. Canada's Trudeau. Look at, all right, let's listen to Trudeau. Trudeau speaking before Biden. They just finished the G7. They just finished. Trudeau just finished.
The world order that has kept us safe since the Second World War.
Let's listen to what Trudeau said because we missed that.
With President Zelensky.
Let's go back.
He has needlessly put the lives of innocent people at risk, violated Russia's international treaties, and launched the greatest threat to European stability
Thank you, Joe.
since World War II. Canada is unequivocal in our condemnation of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on the sovereign, democratic state of Ukraine. President Putin's brazen disregard for international law, democracy, and human life
Biden on Twitter right now.
A massive threat
to
Biden,
security we're waiting.
And peace around the world. I just spoke a few minutes ago with President Zelensky. I told him that we are announcing strong action today and continue to stand with him and with the Ukrainian people. Earlier this morning, I met with G7 partners to coordinate our response. We're also working closely with NATO and our allies. Together, we have made clear that Russian violence...
Listen, on my platforms, we aren't watching these people because I support them, or I want you to support them. I'm watching them because they are the current world leader and we need to hear their words and what they're saying. I don't support or whatever Trudeau. He's a world leader, and we're listening to his words. That's the reason we're listening. So we're not getting education from them, or you're not like, I don't know, don't get inspired by these people, or like feel like you need to support their politics or whatever to listen to them. They're the world leader, and you need to listen to what they're saying right now, especially in this situation.
Violation of international law will not go unpunished. We stand
just like we have to listen to Biden next,
steadfast
because he's the United States world leader.
Of Ukraine's sovereignty.
Not everyone, Mr. Pink. You know, I'm seeing different chat comments
than people's right to decide their own future.
I'm on Facebook too,
in
by
a
the
free
way,
and democratic state.
Got nearly 800 on Facebook.
Après la reconnaissance par le président Poutine des soi-disant États indépendants, he has needlessly put the lives of innocent people at risk. Le Canada a annoncé violated Russia's international treaties and launched the greatest threat to European stability since World War II. Deux banques russes soutenues par l'État is unequivocal in our condemnation of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on the sovereign democratic state of Ukraine. President Putin's brazen disregard for international law,
that's giving me a brain
democracy, and human life are a massive threat
it's giving me a brain
to security and peace around the world.
Why is it spinning now? I can't do the translation and the. Why is it spinning? Watch live. Let's see. Nope. Got the Microsoft sign on that one. Yeah, there was. I couldn't do that. It was like they had the translation going. All right, let's pull up Boris Johnson. Where's Boris Johnson's? There it is.
The Kremlin's blizzard of lies and disinformation by telling the truth about Putin's war of choice and his war of aggression. And we will work with our allies on the urgent need to protect other European countries that are not members of NATO and who could become targets of Putin's playbook of subversion and aggression. And we will resist any creeping temptation to accept what Putin is doing today as a fait accompli. There can be no creeping normalization. Not now, not in the months to come, not in the years ahead. We must strengthen NATO's defenses still further. And so today I called for a meeting of NATO leaders, which will take place tomorrow. And I will be convening the countries that contribute to the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members. Last Saturday,
he's taken the charge.
I warned that this invasion would have global economic consequences.
Boris Johnson's taken the lead.
This morning, the oil price has risen strongly. The government will do everything possible to safeguard our own people from the repercussions for the cost of living. And of course, we stand ready to protect our country from any threats, including in cyberspace. Above all, the House will realize the hard and heavy truth that we now live in a continent where an expansionist power, deploying one of the world's most formidable military machines, is trying to redraw the map of Europe in blood and conquer an independent state by force of arms. And it's vital for the safety of every nation that
Boris ain't fucking around.
Putin's squalid venture should ultimately fail and be seen to fail. However long it takes, that will be the steadfast and unflinching goal of the United Kingdom. I hope of every member of this House
now.
And every one of our great allies.
Biden's live now. We probably have a better, I don't know. The White House feed is spinning. The White House feed's using dial-up, apparently. So that White House feed was spinning, so I clicked a different one.
How could this happen?
Okay. Are you sure? I don't think so. Anyone seeing Biden's coming on now? Where, unless this is the live feed of it. Department of State. Refresh. Biden makes remarks. President Biden delivers remarks on Russia. Are you seeing him walk up? Why is the... Okay, maybe we need to go... Maybe we need to go to his Facebook. It's not live yet. Okay, he's not live yet. Okay, this is one of those situations where you got people saying he's live and he's not live. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Facebook. No, I have the White House feed up. We would hear it. It's spinning, which is making me nervous. I don't like that. It is spinning. Maybe he'll go live from his... Oh, here.
He moved more than 175 bills, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen.
All right, share this out. This is live.
It's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. I want to be clear. The United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the
Is this feed just...
joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that were sanctioned as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It will strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It will degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It will hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says that an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard, and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them, but the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. They have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine, and may God protect our troops.
Mr. President.
Associated Press, Zeke.
With President Putin at this point, and what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of Nato. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin. Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we have proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together, and we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going beyond?
Yes.
Two topics, just really quick. First, markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, he was, I made it clear, as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read? I shouldn't, I'm not being a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches, why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
You're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions.
That's the question, though.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions,
that is the question.
The effect of the sanctions are two different things.
No, they're not.
They're two different things, and we're now he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
because
attacking
it will so weaken his country.
Literally, he's like bombing the country right now.
Very difficult choices of whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or
I'm
in
getting
fact
frustrated,
respond.
chat.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
it's not a bluff. It's on the table.
Like, you're still doing
President
deals
Putin?
with them for
Yes.
gas. You just said
today,
it.
sir?
So like, they cut him off.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal. Respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. Wait, no. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. Look, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today? Defense partner for the
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, let's see what the latest is in Ukraine. Dude. So let's check our poll. I'm more nervous for what's happening, dude. Biden says today the U.S. is blocking multiple large Russian banks. So just to give you guys a summary of what basically the sanctions that he wants to impose. Biden says today that the U.S. is blocking multiple large Russian banks, including VTB, sanctioning Russian elites and family members, cutting off Russia's high-tech imports, which will prevent them from modernizing multiple industries such as their space program. And also still doing deals with them for gas, which is what I was saying. Like, what are these, like, these sanctions aren't gonna, number one, foreign policy and trying to prevent the United States from getting involved in the war, very difficult to manage. Obviously, we don't want troops sent there. He's basically, what he said is they're sending troops to the NATO countries. So Germany's gonna if you're active duty or whatever, you're probably already, yeah, for real. I mean, there's already people that we know that are getting ready to be deployed or already on their way to the NATO countries around in the area. Poland, I have friends in Poland. I had friends in Germany, and I do have friends that are being sent there. So they're basically going to bolster the countries around the countries that are touching Ukraine. So we're going to have soldiers there and bolster our troops in those countries. So we're on around the border, or we're close. This is going to take a month, apparently. The poll says on YouTube, 70% no. Do you support U.S. troops getting involved in Ukraine? 70% says no, and on Facebook, 68% say no. We have 340 votes for no, 159 votes for yes. I don't know the numbers on YouTube. Yep. Alright, so while that was happening, Ukrainian army reportedly retook Hostomel airport. That's good news. So that's the latest update out of Hostomel. If you guys were watching earlier, Hostomel airport was bombed, and it looks like Ukrainian army retook that back within the last half hour. So victory for the Ukrainian military and taking that back. Dude, Biden's gonna get absolutely roasted. I'm letting you guys know right now. He's gonna get absolutely roasted for that. The whole thing. That was like, what was that, dude? Smiling. Not finishing sentences. Finishing it with, yeah, whatever. Yeah, right here. This is a quote. Biden asked if he sees Putin going beyond Ukraine. He says yes. He's gonna be getting roasted here. Poland, yep. So, in one hand, he's saying, let me say it again, our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia and Ukraine, but they are bolstering the troops in the NATO countries in the surrounding area. All right, let's. We were listening to Boris Johnson. So we just listened to President Biden. Now let's listen to the UK leader. We didn't get to finish that. Biden started in the middle of that.
The Kremlin's blizzard of lies and disinformation by telling the truth about Putin's war of choice and his war of aggression. And we will work with our allies on the urgent need to protect other European countries that are not members of NATO and who could become targets of Putin's playbook of subversion and aggression. And we will resist any creeping temptation to accept what Putin is doing today as a fait accompli. There can be no creeping normalization. Not now, not in the months to come, not in the years ahead. We must strengthen NATO's defenses still further. And so today I called for a meeting of NATO leaders, which will take place tomorrow.
What do I want Biden to do? Because this is what I have no education or history in foreign affairs or policy. This is just me, a layman, giving my opinion, all right? So don't take this as an educational aspect. I want them to discuss tomorrow how to completely cut Russia the fuck off. Like, Russia is in the UN Security Council. Like, they're involved in it. Like, they're in NATO and shit. Like, get them the hell out of it. All the countries need to band together if they're not gonna take military force, which is, at least in the United States here, the polls on my channels are overwhelmingly we do not want to be involved with our troops. So they need to tomorrow, as all these NATO countries, and we can tune in and see what they're gonna do. But they need to like cut Russia off, dude. Not deal with them with gas. Like figure out some deals within because other countries got gas and energy and shit. Russia's got a lot of it. But like something's like they gotta do something, dude. If they don't, all it's gonna do is just prove that this is like. It's all just smoke, dude. If nothing happens by this and Putin gets to do this, it just shows that I feel that would be the simplest way to get it done.
And I will be convening the countries that contribute to the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members.
Like, it's wild the fact that like it was so surreal watching the UN Security Council and like watching videos simultaneously of the UN Security Council and like Russia, and like they're like it looked like a a movie. Like Russia and like 10-15 of like Russian goons sitting there, and like the prime minister to Ukraine like having to like defend his country, sitting there in the chair at the UN Security Council talking to the Russians, while like Russia is like bombing in hard targets. They've hit some soft targets now.
I warned that this invasion would have global economic consequences, and this morning the oil price has risen strongly. The government will do everything possible to safeguard our own people from the repercussions for the cost.
Right, but the sanctions aren't going to take in place for a month, though. He's moving on. You look at the map, guys. Look at the map. Look at what's happening right now. The red is Russia. The blue is Ukraine. It's not like in a month. This is going to be all Russia. Then what? Then Russia's got Ukraine too. Then the sanctions are just going to hurt the new Russia-Ukraine? I'm saying they got to... I'm not saying send all America, the mighty force of the United States in there and, like, swing it around and get it taken care of. I'm talking cut Russia off. Like, they need to band together, all the countries, all the world leaders tomorrow at the meeting need to cut Russia off completely. And work deals to get that done. I don't know what the deals would be. I don't know what they'd have to do, but they'd have to figure that out. There's energy and plenty of oil everywhere else. There's lots of it in Russia. So that's why Biden was like, we're still going to have to deal with Russia for gas. You might have to take some L's. Probably going to have to take some L's with some of the Middle Eastern countries or something. But they would, if they really do care, this is what will show. If the world leaders truly care about this ending, they will figure that out. And if it doesn't, and if Putin gets to do this, it'll probably just confirm what a majority of us are thinking in the back of our minds, unfortunately. All right, let's continue on with Boris Johnson.
Of living. And of course, we stand ready to protect our country from any threats, including NATO leaders, which will take place tomorrow. And I will be convening the countries that contribute to the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members.
Are we a part of that too?
Last Saturday,
are we a part of that Joint Expeditionary Force?
That this invasion would have global economic consequences, and this morning the oil price has risen strongly. The government will do everything possible to safeguard our own people from the repercussions for the cost of living. And of course, we stand ready to protect our country from any threats, including in cyberspace. Above all, the House will realize the hard and heavy truth that we now live in a continent where an expansionist power, deploying one of the world's most formidable military machines, is trying to redraw the map of Europe in blood and conquer an independent state by force of arms. And it's vital for the safety of every nation that Putin's squalid venture should ultimately fail and be seen to fail.
Tomorrow will be a moment. Listen, tomorrow will be a moment in history. I'm letting y'all know. Tomorrow when they have this, and I don't know if it'll be video, obviously I'll find a stream of it, and we're just going to watch it. It'll be long form content, the council, but we're going to watch it in its entirety if I can wake up or whatever time it's going to be at. It'd be in New York, right? Well, hey, mods, send me, let's figure out when that conference is, and let's find out if it's going to be televised. I hope so. But that's going to be a moment in history tomorrow, and we'll see what these leaders
However
are going to do.
long it takes, that will be the steadfast and unflinching goal of the United Kingdom. I hope of every member of this House and every one of our great allies, certain that together we have the power and the will to defend the cause of peace and justice as we have always done. And I say to the people of Russia, again, whose president has just authorized an onslaught against a fellow Slavic people, I cannot believe that this horror is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status that these actions will bring to the Putin regime.
Really quick, so the UK Joint Expeditionary Force The JEF is a UK-led expeditionary force which may consist of a necessary of Denmark, Finland, Estonia, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Norway. All right, so that does not include the United States. Thank you for that.
And to our Ukrainian friends, in this moment of agony, I say that we are with you and we are on your side. Your right to choose your own destiny is a right that the United Kingdom and our allies will always defend. And in that spirit, I join you in saying Slava Ukraini, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this dark hour, our thoughts, our solidarity, and our resolve are with the Ukrainian people.
Is he gonna have an address? What is that called, chat? I'm having a mind where he talks to Congress and the House and the Senate are in there. What is that called? I'm having a mind blank. Someone in the chat help me out. Is that gonna happen? This is happening. This happened in Parliament, but is Biden gonna talk to the? What is that called? Someone to let me know in the chat.
Invading troops march through their streets. Missiles shell their cities. They've been cast into a war through no fault of their own, because Putin fears their freedom, and because he knows that no people will choose to live under his bandit rule unless forced to do so at the barrel of a gun.
State of the Union, yeah.
The consequences of Putin's war of aggression will be horrendous and tragic for the people of Ukraine, but also for the Russian people, who've been plunged into chaos by a violent elite who have stolen their wealth.
Yeah, State of the Union, but State of the Union is like something that happens on a scheduled time, right? There's like an emergency joint session where he addresses. I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Stolen their chance of democracy.
So there's a State of the Union scheduled for next week. Okay, so I wonder if he's going to do it then.
And stolen their future. And we must prepare ourselves for difficulties here. We will face economic pain as we free Europe from dependence on Russian gas and oil and clean our institutions from money stolen from the Russian people. But the British public have always been willing to make sacrifice to defend democracy on our continent, and we will again. The consequences of Putin's actions will be felt throughout the world for years, and I fear for decades to come. Russia's democratic neighbours and every other democracy that lives in the shadow of autocratic power are watching their worst nightmare unfold. So all of us who believe in democracy over dictatorship, in the rule of law over the reign of terror, in freedom over the jackboot of tyranny, must unite and take a stand. We must support the Ukrainian people in their fight, and we must ensure that Putin fails.
Let's fast forward some.
What sound like the toughest sanctions we've seen in years. May I ask him, however, to look wider than simply the Russian people and to look at all those who are enabling Putin's economy, those who sit on boards of the businesses that finance him, whether they are former chancellors of Germany or former prime ministers of France. May I ask him to look here close to home at those who enable, who propagate the propaganda that is being used by Putin to undermine his own people and free people everywhere, and to update the Treason Act so that we can identify them and call them what they are, traitors. Can I also ask the Prime Minister one last question, which is when he speaks to people around the world, that he speaks with the truth that he can in Russian through the BBC Russian service and starts to broadcast in languages other than Russian into Russia so that all Russian peoples can know their oppression doesn't need to exist. They don't need to side with a tyrant.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him very much, and he's absolutely right.
You know what? I kind of like this way of governance. Like they're talking to the Prime Minister themselves, the politicians, or they get to talk to them and ask him questions, and it's televised. Why don't we have that here, or something similar? It's like the 3 different echelons do their own thing, and we have to watch them individually work all the time. That's why our country is terrible. I'm not saying the UK has it all figured out. I don't know. But like, this looks a lot better of a governance structure than what the hell we have going on, dude. It just looks better.
We have to.
They're asking him questions, and he has to answer.
Those who abet the Putin regime, and there are many, many of them, and that's why we are looking at all sorts of ways in which we can address threats to this state, Mr. Speaker. And we are, of course, making sure that the messages from this House, which are so impressive in their unity,
I'm not saying we need a parliament. I'm saying that or at least make a forum. I'm not saying they need to, whatever, in the United States where they can ask the president and have the politicians and have it televised. We televise everything now anyways. I'm saying they can have an open, call it a town hall. There you go. What do we call them here? A town hall. This looks like a town hall. And then have the president answer questions from politicians, the ones that we elect. And then you get to hear the ones that we elect ask the president questions on TV or live stream, whatever. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we need parliament. I'm saying I'm enjoying this form of the politicians that are elected by their constituents asking the prime minister questions, and he has to answer them. Or you get to hear how he answers.
By the people of Russia, because we mean no ill towards them. They are as much, in many ways, the victims as the people of Ukraine of this appalling regime, and they need to know what's really going on.
Dame Angela Edel.
Do they stand up when they agree?
Mr. Speaker, would the Prime Minister tell us, if he can, what's going on with the Russian troops going through Chernobyl, which sent a chill through...
All right, we got an update on the map. I got a ping, so we'll keep going through that. Update on the Ukraine map. Oh. You guys got the notifications coming through too for you guys? I'll read it if I can't pull it up. An AN-26 aircraft of the Russian Air Forces crashed in the Voronezh region. The crew died. Nope, we gotta refresh. The last thing I got is the hospital. There we go. Nope, here we go. U.S. expels Russia's second-ranking diplomat in Washington. So that happened 9 minutes ago. So that's the recent. So here's the latest, guys, pulling out of Parliament in the UK for a second. UK expels Russia's second-ranking diplomat in Washington. Here's the war map. So a lot of these bombing zones have stopped now that we saw this morning along the northern region. There's a lot of bombing reports up here. And then where's this at? The AN-26 aircraft. What's an AN-26 aircraft? AN-26 aircraft. What does that look like? Dang. So they shot this down? AN-26 aircraft, so that got shot down where? Where is that in relation to where? Oh, probably on its way back. Snatched it on the way back. They shot it down. It was heading back to Russia probably for refueling. Look where it got shot down. Probably on its way back to refuel. Russian plane. The red is Russian. Blue is Ukraine. So that was 4 minutes ago. That's a recent update. Again, this is kind of like the war map, and then you click the latest news and you get the updates. Plane looking something from... That's the plane that got shot. Look, it's from like the 80s. Yep. That's the AN-26. That's the AN-26 plane. Aircraft. Unless I'm wrong and there's an aircraft expert in the chat and I'm wrong, and I will gladly correct myself. But that's the image that I found. We may have an actual aircraft expert in chat. Yep, any action on the square. That's oh yeah, I just checked that, Eric. My bad, I just pulled up the Facebook chat. So Detroit says, I don't even know why the US so early in the game. I'm telling you, have 2 bombs over there, the US flat in the center. Can you tell me where you've got that map and how you're getting the updates? What website is that? Hey, what up, Carlos? Enjoying the lives, man. I like that. It's the liveuamap.com. It's also an app. They should be sending me money. I'm promoting the hell out of this thing. But you got to, because I'm not going to tell you guys to go watch Fox News or CNN right now. You guys can watch the map and find the updates yourself. Liveuamap.com. I'm about to link you guys. I'm about to drop it in the comment. Actually, mods, please. Mods, shout out we have mods now. There we go. Shout out our mod team. They're going to be linking it. Liveuamap.com. You can click all these blips. I highly recommend getting the app. The app works much better, and you get notifications to your phone. So if you can't just sit on the computer like I am, you guys got shit to do. You get notifications, and then you can click ping and get the latest notification for what's happening in Ukraine. And it's sourced. You can click and see what source it's coming from. A lot of this is coming from straight on the ground. Like the sourcing it's getting geolocated. So these are geolocations from people posting on like Telegram or their or Signal or whatever. It's very glitchy. Mods, are you able to post the link on Facebook, or you might have to from the page? Thanks for the map. Of course, appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Yep. So we've been tracking this since the beginning. I mean, we've been tracking the armor movements. This was 21 hours ago, so that's, I don't know the latest on the armor movements. This was 13 hours ago, so we watched this in the last stream. So I mean, you guys can click. This is from a Russian. I mean, this is or not Russian, but maybe it's Ukraine. I don't know what language that is. You know what I mean? That's foreign to me. But this is CCTV footage, and we watched this, and the tank's rolling through. It's pretty solid source of information, up to date. You just click refresh, and then you can just watch this thing play out. And then anything you missed, you can go back down the timeline and click the latest news story, and then find the source. So this was when they were crossing the border. This happened, if you missed it, 13 hours ago now. Goodness, 13 hours ago already. Let's check Twitter. The app is stalling. Yeah, you're gonna get lots of error codes. It's okay. You're gonna get 502 codes in an error at 501 or 520 and 501s, because there's 100 million. And I just told a bunch of y'all to go look at it too. So there's lots of people on that website. So just bear with it. Just keep refreshing. I recommend the app. If it seems like the app is working better. Here is a live look at inside of Kiev right now. Live look in Kiev. Oh, what's that? What's that noise? Oh, it's nighttime now. Let's load. Let's see the latest on the ground. Hundreds are happening now in New York City. Large anti-Putin protests. I wonder if there's one planned in Minneapolis. Anybody know of any anti-war protests planned in Minneapolis I need to go to? This is in New York.
Stop the war! Stop the war! Stop the war!
Credit to Scootercaster reporting, who's on the ground in Ukraine. So this is an hour ago. The vehicles that are trying to escape. I think there might be one. We can check the Moscow protest was already quelled though. Let's see if there's another one. Moscow people. Let's see this one. Oh, they're getting signal errors. Protesters gather in Berlin. So we have protests in Berlin right now. Let's see. Kiev, really, there's nothing really going on in Maidan Square. European Council holds special meeting. I don't even know if that's happening now. Hey, let us know where you're tuning in from. Comment in the chat what city, what state you guys are watching from. We've been watching lots of world leaders speak. Biden's address, which was, let's see what this is. What's this? Joined by allies and partners, the United States imposes devastating costs on Russia. New sanctions. Severing the connection to the U.S. financial system for Russia's largest financial institution, Sberbank, including its 25 subsidiaries. Full blocking sanctions on Russia's second largest financial institution, VTB Bank, including its 20 subsidiaries. Full blocking sanctions on 3 other major Russian financial institutions, Bank Okutrai, I don't even want to know. I can't even pronounce those. More banks and more 34 subsidiaries. We got Sheboygan, Wisconsin tuned in. We got Benson, Minnesota. We got Texas, California, Santa Fe, New Mexico. You're in the UK. How are you feeling about the Prime Minister's response? How do you feel about the Prime Minister's response being from the UK? Missouri, Tacoma, Washington. We got Minnesota tuned in. Florida, Fresno, California. We got Blaine, Minnesota tuned in. Springfield, Oregon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. More from the Prez. Joined by allies and partners, the United States imposes devastating costs on Russia. Continued. New debt and equity restrictions on 13 of the most critical major Russian enterprises and entities. White Bear Lake, Minnesota, same. Additional full blocking sanctions on Russia elites and their family members, Sergei Ivanov and his son Sergei. And so specific family members named. 2 real estate companies he owns. Costs on Belarus for supporting a further invasion of Ukraine by sanctioning 24 Belarusian individuals and entities. Sweeping restrictions to impair Putin's military capabilities and strategic ambitions. We got Windsor, Canada in the chat. Mississippi, North Central Iowa's tuned in. Welcome, welcome, Toledo, Ohio. You think the UK's response is better than the US? Okay, so we got an update. Recent news update on the death toll on the app. I'm telling you guys, you need to download the map app. Live UA map. See, everyone's clicking on it. 500 internal service errors. You might get that. You're gonna get a 520 error. Just keep refreshing. You'll get through. An update just came through, so everyone probably clicked. Yep, Robert, I'm seeing it. Yep, I'm going to it right now with you. I'm telling you guys, it's worth it to get the app because you get the push notifications. And I have that on my phone, so when I'm doing other things, I can do it. Oh, that's not even... Okay, I'm going to have to read it because it's not loading on the computer. 57 Ukrainians killed. I got to read it. Another 169 were injured in the Russian invasion of Ukraine so far. So 57 Ukrainians killed, 169 injured, according to the Ministry of Health. Of course, those numbers, those numbers, you can't really say that that's 100% either. Oh, there's the bombing pictures again. They're back. The map's struggling. Don't worry, I think it might be struggling for everybody right now. Everybody else having issues with the map? If so, I'm with you. Yep, there it is. I got the map finally updated. 57 Ukrainians killed. Another 169 were injured in the Russian invasion of Ukraine as of now. The Pentagon. Additional forces include a combat armored battalion and will be deployed in Germany. Which combat armored battalions getting deployed? Oh, I can't. Never mind. Never mind, OPSEC. Don't even say it. We'll see it in the news. 57 Ukrainians killed. Well, the numbers aren't even. What's the map app? It's liveuamap.com. Or Live UA map. It's blue. It's blue. Live UA map. You can go here. The site is like very glitchy because there's so many people on it. Live UA map. Then you can get notifications like I'm getting. Also, y'all, while you're doing that, go follow us on Twitter. Follow our Twitter page. For faster updates when I'm doing reporting myself on the ground. Oh my goodness, typing is tough. There we go. MMP LLC News on Twitter. Go follow us there. Let's load. And then we're gonna refresh Twitter. So go follow us on Twitter. MMP LLC News. Search that. All right, let's find the latest. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sinak, for the follow. We're getting the Twitter notifications now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, CBS81. Thank you so much. Thank you. People are so this is the anti-war protest. Where's the... All right, here it is. Got it. These are protesters in Berlin, so this video's up now. So this is live in Berlin. Turn it down some. It's kind of loud. So this is a live feed of protests in Berlin. So this is the world response. We got wow, look at that. Alright, this is in Berlin. I'm going to keep that feed up. We got the Ukraine colors on. Wow. That's still wild to see that there. How far that country's come since World War II. My goodness. It's kind of just, you know, I mean, in the brink of a new war here. Well, we're not in the brink. They're in a new war in Europe. No, this is protesters in Berlin for support of Ukraine. This is in Berlin, Germany. The protesters in Russia aren't being arrested. They were earlier. Biden delivering more remarks?
You're telling me I need to fill out a patient...
No. Well, that's Washington Post. They're probably just running. Russia. Anti-war protests in Moscow. Yeah, they were getting arrested in Moscow. Here you go. This was like about an hour ago now. They were just walking into the crowd and just snatching people. Look at that. I mean, that person was taken. Or maybe they had nothing to do with it, so that person wasn't taken then. But they were going into the crowd and just grabbing people silently. It was such an eerie thing. All right, so you guys are asking why they're fighting, so we're gonna watch a video quick together. Oh no, I had it. Uh-oh. See if I can pull it up. Oh man. All right, I'll pull up the video while we watch that. I'll pull up the video while we have that, but I'll show you guys why the conflict is happening. Very educational video, not done by American media.
Right now, we are on place 2 on the top earning sites, users of Patreon, earning around $200,000 every month. So many, many people support them, and you can support them too, and you can trust them. Thank you.
Yeah, they took over Chernobyl.
Ukraine, you can do this too. We're all here with one common cause. We're trying to help each other. We're trying to help Ukraine. We're trying to help Europe because this is a problem. This is a situation that cannot go on. Help Ukraine. Help Europe. Help Ukraine. Help Europe.
All right, so that's happening. That's in Berlin. So we're gonna watch a little educational video giving us some background from WION. There's a significant amount of subscribers on YouTube, so we're just gonna watch this to give us some context to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia.
Will Russia go to war with Ukraine? All week, you've heard numerous answers to this question. In Ukraine, 71% of the people believe
American mainstream news is not the way to go. I keep telling you guys right now. You have to find reporting that's elsewhere.
their country is already at war with Russia. This is a complex crisis, and all the answers are hidden in history. Did you know there was a time when Kiev was more powerful than Moscow? There was also a time when Ukraine and America were adversaries. Tonight, we'll bring you all these stories. We will tell you why Russian President Vladimir Putin is obsessed with Ukraine. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay, and this is Gravitas Plus. We begin in the 9th century. There was a state called Kievan Rus. This is where it was located. The Slavic people lived here. The city of Kiev was their capital. Between 980 and 1015, the Kievan Rus was ruled by Grand Prince Volodymyr. In Russian, his name is Vladimir. In Ukrainian, Volodymyr. And as fate would have it, these are also the names of the presidents of these two countries today.
Wow.
Anyway, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians draw their lineage from this Slavic state. A lot changed in the centuries that followed, and for a lot of it, Ukraine...
This video is only 10 minutes or 9 minutes. So this is going to be a short little history lesson, and then we'll go to the live feeds. This stuff's important too. This gives you background. It's history.
was under Russian
Very
rule.
important.
In the 1900s, the two were Soviet republics.
This is, I would argue, more important to learn than watching the live feeds of people in the protests. That's important too, but this is very important.
Russia, the most powerful of the 15 republics, and Ukraine, the second most powerful. It had defense industries, large agricultural lands, and housed much of the Soviet nuclear arsenal. During the Cold War, Ukraine was the arch rival of the United States. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Ukraine became independent, as did Russia. Ukraine inherited much of Soviet nuclear arsenal, but gave it up to Russia in 1994. In exchange, Moscow guaranteed...
Here, I'll send the link to my chat, and then mods, could you send this out to the chat mods so they could give it to the stream? Sure, I'll link you guys. Give me a second. Oops.
Guaranteed Ukraine's security and promised to respect its sovereignty. They signed the Budapest Memorandum along with these countries. Cut to November 2013, Viktor...
We're at the 153 mark. Yeah, I'll get you guys a link. My bad.
I'm always shopping the rail. They drop...
I'll give you guys a link. No problem. People are asking for the links. They're at the 153. We'll go back some because we missed some. Hold on. We'll see. Give me a second. Admin chat. Yeah. Put this here. Send it to the... There we go. Spread that out. There we go. That's the link to the video.
State. A lot changed in the centuries that followed, and for a lot of it, Ukraine was under Russian rule. In the 1900s, the two were Soviet republics. Russia, the most powerful of the 15 republics, and Ukraine, the second most powerful. It had defense industries, large agricultural lands, and housed much of the Soviet nuclear arsenal. During the Cold War, Ukraine was the arch rival of the United States. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Ukraine became independent, as did Russia. Ukraine inherited much of Soviet nuclear arsenal, but gave it up to Russia in 1994. In exchange, Moscow guaranteed Ukraine's security and promised to respect its sovereignty. They signed the Budapest Memorandum along with these countries. Cut to November 2013, Viktor Yanukovych was the president of Ukraine. He had a reputation for heavy-handedness, corruption, and above all, for being openly pro-Moscow. In 2013, he rejected an EU trade deal. This deal could have meant greater integration with the European Union. Instead, Yanukovych decided to take a $15 billion bailout from Russia. To many Ukrainians, it felt like being sold to Moscow. So protests broke out. They were called Euromaidan.
Is it too fast? Are you getting it? So the last leader of Ukraine was selling out the country to Russia, and then the Ukrainian people were like, "Fuck that! That's not going on." And so then they pushed that leader out, and then Russia's obviously pissed now because now they don't have a puppet anymore because Ukraine got its independence. Truly, because that dude was like doing backdoor deals with Russia the whole time, and Russia was like comfortable with that.
Because these protests were about Europe, and Maidan because they happened in Kiev's Maidan, what we today know as the Independence Square. Here, protesters chanted, "Sign the EU deal, Yanukovych must step down." Russia supported the president, the West supported the protesters. In February 2014, Yanukovych's government was toppled, the president was driven out of Ukraine, he fled to Russia. Not every Ukrainian was happy with this. Many in the Russian-speaking East wanted Yanukovych to stay. When he was driven out, the minority felt disenfranchised. On the other side of the border, Russia was angry it had lost its puppet. To salvage the situation, Moscow annexed Crimea. Why Crimea? Well, let's now zoom into this part of the world. Crimea is a peninsula. It is located in the Black Sea. In 1954, Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev transferred Crimea. It was given to the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic from the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic. Why? Khrushchev hoped the transfer would strengthen, quote-unquote, brotherly ties between the Ukrainian and Russian people. Both Russia and Crimea were part of the Soviet Union. So this transfer did not mean very much. When Ukraine became independent in 1991, Crimea joined it. The peninsula was given special autonomy. It remained home to Russian military bases. Moscow promised to respect Crimean autonomy. Many in Russia were of the opinion that Crimea should not have been allowed to join Ukraine. In 2014, when Yanukovych was ousted from power in Ukraine, Russian military began seizing government buildings in Crimea. Soon the entire peninsula was under military occupation. A referendum followed. On the 16th of March 2014, Crimeans voted to become a part of Russia. Was this vote legitimate? Well, it depends on who you ask. For Putin, this was Crimea's liberation. For the rest of the world, this was Crimea's annexation. The focus then shifted to eastern Ukraine, where Russia-backed separatists had seized territory. Ukrainian forces did not launch an all-out offensive at first, but on the 17th of July 2014, when a flight carrying 298 people was shot down by these rebels, Ukrainian forces decided to flush out the rebels. The separatists began losing ground, so the Russian army stepped in. They invaded eastern Ukraine and fought alongside the rebels. What followed was a series of talks between Russia, Ukraine, and the West. They resulted in the Minsk Accords. This was first signed in 2014. Both sides agreed on ceasefire and military withdrawal. Ukraine agreed to hold elections in the rebel-held areas. 8 years on, the Minsk Accords remain unimplemented. Ukraine stands as the largest European country excluding Russia. It covers...
All right, I'm going to pause that. It's okay, because did you see that? So the Minsk Accords, like, words were spoken, and it happened, but they still remain unimplemented in 8 years. So the Minsk Accords are unimplemented.
Unimplemented.
Wow.
Ukraine stands as the largest European country excluding Russia. It covers an area of more than 600,000 square kilometers with a population of 44 million and a GDP of more than $155 billion. Per capita income, more than $3,700. Today, Ukraine is divided between East and West in more ways than one. The West sees itself as more European. The East is closer to Russia. be it in terms of geography or sentiment. In the West, most Ukrainians speak Ukrainian. In the East, a third are native Russians. In the West, Russia is looked at with suspicion. In the East, Russia is looked at through the lens of shared history and heritage. Ukraine also remains at war. Its forces are fighting the rebels in the East. Rebel leaders are ruling at least two regions, Donetsk and Luhansk. Together, they are known as the Donbas region. Russia has once again sent its troops. This time, they're stationed right at the border. What does Vladimir Putin want? For NATO to stop expanding. NATO stands for North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's a military alliance. These countries are the founding members of NATO. These countries joined it during the Cold War, and these countries joined after it. Ukraine wants to join NATO too, but Putin wants NATO to exclude Ukraine and every former Soviet state. And this is just half the story. Like I said, a lot is hidden in history. For starters, there is domestic politics. When Putin annexed Crimea, his approval rating skyrocketed. Keeping the nationalistic drum rolling helps the Russian president. Annexing parts of Ukraine also helps Putin restore Russia's superpower image. Again, back to history. Many Russians view Ukraine's independence as a mistake. It is true that Ukraine was ruled by Russia. In fact, Ukraine has barely remained independent pre-1991. There was a brief period before World War I and then another stint in 1600. For the rest of its modern history, Ukraine was under Russia. 1 in 6 Ukrainians is an ethnic Russian. 1 in 3 speaks Russian as a native language. So Putin is right when he says historically they were one. But claiming Ukraine on the basis of colonial history is wrong. It will be like Britain claiming India or South Africa or Spain claiming the Philippines. Past imperialism cannot justify present-day expansionism. Here's what else history tells us. Ukraine was forcefully Russified. Cut to 1700, Russian leader Catherine the Great started Russifying Ukraine. Ethnic Russians were shipped to this part of the world. Schools were told to teach...
The link is pinned. Link is pinned. She's spitting. The link is pinned.
Russian language. By 1800, the Ukrainian language was banned. In 1930s, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin steered a famine in Ukraine. Millions of Eastern Ukrainians were killed. The area was then repopulated with ethnic Russians. In the 1940s, the ethnic Tatars were relocated. They too were replaced with Russians. There is a reason why Eastern Ukraine today has so many native Russian speakers. It was designed to be that way. Eastern Ukraine was always dear to Russia. It has coal, it has iron, fertile land. Its historical connection with Russia was forced. Putin time and again talks about the Holy Rus. He says Russians and Ukrainians are one people. 70% Ukrainians reject this thought. 72% consider Russia a hostile state. Today, 33.3% Ukrainians are ready to take up arms against Russia. 21.7% are ready to stage a civil resistance against Russia. 67% Ukrainians want to join the EU. 59% want to join the NATO. Meet the current Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Hold on. Let's go back and look at that quick. Because it's okay, we're going to have to watch this. Look at that. There's the numbers. If you missed that, behind my head, it was 21.7% are ready to stage civil resistance. So, like, basically, they want nothing to do with Russia. That whole one people thought is no thanks. They don't want to fight Russia. They want to do their own thing and join NATO. Or they want independence from Russia and they want to join NATO. And Russia is just doing everything they can to prevent that. Let's just look at the map really quick. We only have let's finish this. We only got about a minute left and then we'll look at the map.
The NATO. Meet the current Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky. He came to power in 2019 following a landslide victory. He's a vocal critic of Russia. Zelensky openly opposes Russian occupation of eastern Ukraine. 73% of Ukrainian voters voted this man to power. Today, Volodymyr Zelensky represents the pulse of Ukraine, the Ukraine that wants to remain independent of Russia. But Vladimir Putin wants to become the man who revived Russian imperialism. He does not realize the world has moved on.
Damn. She was spitting all facts. Dude, that was good. So, why on Gravitas Plus explain the Russia-Ukraine crisis? About a little under a 10-minute video. It's linked in there. That's giving you guys some non-American mainstream news perspective and history. Like, you wouldn't get any of that from mainstream news, United States network. Hell no, they would not give you a history lesson because they wouldn't be able to monetize it. Here is, so here's Berlin now. You watch her all the time. She's awesome. I'm gonna have to check out more of her work. That was great. What is her name? What is that report? What is that? Hold on. What is that journal?
Will Russia go to war with Ukraine? All week, you've heard numerous answers to this question. In Ukraine, 71% of the people believe their country is already at war with Russia. This is
Palki Sharma. Palki Sharma. Palki Sharma. There we go. It didn't. She didn't. Even, it's on the channel, but she didn't. She just went in. She just started. I don't even need to introduce myself. I'm just about to give you the facts. Here they are. This is what's going on. Here's the history. Palki Sharma. Yep, definitely awesome. Nothing new from the president at this time. Again, here's the protests in Berlin. Let's check the map. So what was she talking about? So she was talking about they want East Russia or Eastern Ukraine, which is this area. So they're definitely getting that. But like, yo, this doesn't look like Eastern Ukraine. This certainly doesn't look like Eastern Ukraine to me. This certainly doesn't look like Eastern Ukraine to me. Yet they're getting bombed over here. There's targets getting hit. These areas don't look like those areas don't look like Eastern Ukraine. Nothing latest from the Pentagon. Additional forces will include a combat armored battalion. I wonder which one. Send in third ID. No one would be down for that though. He would have to. You think he's really trying to rebuild the USSR? Can you explain what was shot down? You missed that? Oh, the plane was shot down. AN-26 aircraft of the Russian Air Forces. That was shot down over here, and if you look at the map, that's in Russia. And it looks like it's on its way back. To go refuel. It was shot down. They have all their ground and armor on the border already. They're already in. Yep. They're already in there. The event is over.
Are you single? Maybe you're divorced.
What is this? Special Council? European Council? This might be important to watch. EP President Metsola holds press conference following special EU Council. What's that? The European Parliament Roberta Metsola holds a press conference following the special EU Council. When does that start? Oh, it was already supposed to start? Might be starting any moment now. Might have to tune into this for a little bit. Like the video if you guys haven't. Make sure you're following. Thank you so much, Timothy, for following. Thank you so much, Kimmy. Thank you for becoming a follower. Type !notify in the chat for an easy follow on Facebook. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you guys haven't to be able to comment. It should be set to just subscribe on YouTube means you just hit the red button so you get notifications. Subscribe on Facebook is the monthly support option to support the media platform. I know it's confusing. Tubi also has a live going on. You came back from watching that. This is the European Council that's about to start. That's important to watch. This is the Maiden Square now. Nothing really happening. See this, a multicam. That's basically just cycling the same cameras that we're going through. 520 error. On error codes. Oh, getting errors on the map. Nope, now I'm getting an internal service error. I wonder what that's going to start. Anybody else having issues with the... Hey, thank you so much for those 500 stars, Linda. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Linda. The Pentagon additional forces, so that's just the latest. So here's the map. Seeing less blips on the map now for some reason. Alright, I'm going to have this on the screen. Give me like a couple minutes. I'll be right back. We'll be tuning into the European Special Council. Give me a couple minutes. making myself something to eat real quick while this is going on. Let's go back. Oops. This is the square. I'm not hearing any audio from it. Said the siren. I saw someone said something about the sirens. I don't think that's true, but this is the square. We're waiting on the European Council, the European Union. Looks like they're about to make speeches, but the feed was cut. So I'm just making something to eat really quick, guys. This is all happening. Let's check the latest news. I might just put a live up of Maiden Square while we're upstairs while we wait for that. Okay, here we go. Explosions now visible in the distance on the Kharkiv live stream. Which one is that? Oh, we're pulling this one up. Explosions are visible on this live stream, apparently. On the latest on the map. So I'm going to have this up. I'm going to have this feed up while I'm upstairs. Ukrainian border guards, no connection with our service members, Zeminski captured. Okay, so I got this feed up. It's in completely a different language. Let's watch. Apparently there's explosions you guys can see in the distance. So watch this. Let me know in the chat. I'm going to run upstairs quick. I need to make something to eat. There isn't any audio. Maybe you all have the audio for the European Council on. And then have the video for this. In case they start talking. Alright. Apparently you can see explosions in the background. There's not much audio here. It's in 2K video quality too. Alright, so this is the latest from yeah, you can see. You can see. Oh my god. I just saw that one. Look, it's right in the center of the screen above where the line of lights are. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. Alright. So there are explosions still. I can see them in the back. Way in the distance. This is a live feed that you've been watching. Live feed that we tuned in. I had to grab something to eat. Finally had to grab something to eat. Update the map. Welcome, guys. You're watching this live on Mercado Media Productions YouTube channel and the Facebook page. Why is it all red? That's the square. Here's a live feed of the explosions in the distance. Excuse me. So is this like not happening? I'm glad I got down here now. Before that started, that would have been terribly annoying. So that's not happening. Are they starting a new one? What's up with this? Oh, we're watching that. We got that one already. European Council, I'm guessing this isn't happening right now. Let's check the map. Nothing new on the map. Anybody got any new updates beyond the explosions from this live feed? Wish I could zoom in or get a. This isn't like. This is very bad quality for. Because it's probably dark. This is nighttime. Reload. I'm not getting any new updates on the map. There's a cyber threat real-time map. Where's that? On YouTube? Is that on YouTube? The cyber threat real-time map? Or is that a website? Where is that? Oh, this will be interesting. Oh, the news conference. We're going to watch that. Got that in the queue. Perfect. So, news conference. We got to watch that. The European Special Council. I don't know when that's happening. Apparently it's not now. That got canceled. No, it's not. There's a lot of disruption. Lots of TikTok lives. Alright, let's pull up TikTok. Let's pull up TikTok. I think I have TikTok on. I think I'm logged in here.
Surprise, surprise, motherfucker!
Oh my god. Of course. This is gonna be a mess, probably. Can we just like, can we search things without logging in? Do I have to? Can I just type in Ukraine? Live. Recommended live videos. I'm guessing this is live and is this person in Ukraine live right now? What's the details? Oh, I gotta sign in to watch? Dang it. Hold on. Hold on. I have the audio on for the press conference, so when that starts, I'll pull up the video. Let me log into TikTok. Okay. Stop. Login success.
Godverdomme de Duitsers.
Alright, now we're good to go. Now I can pull it back up for you guys. Good to go. Logged in. Ukraine. Where's the lives? Live. Here we go. Live. And then can you search in the live? Ukraine. It's gonna give us... No, it's just gonna give us videos. No, stop. Oh my god. No. Stop. No, how do we go back to that Ukraine video we had? No, now I lost it. How do you search the live videos? Can you send me a link? Typing sucks. Ukraine live.
All they think is fuck, she give the.
Oh my god. This is gonna be awful. I just watched it. Why is this dude like... Do we have that live? Do you have the link to that? Send me the link to that. The Ukraine live. The 4Yes YouTube channel. 4 Eyes YouTube channel. TikTok is annoying. So yeah, we got. So this is just. Is this cycling through all the cameras? It is cycling through them. Dude, I don't know. That looks sure like explosions to me right there. This is the live feed of that Kharkiv camera. Let's see if this is happening on the same. On the. Yeah. Look at that. You guys see the smoke and the flame coming in the center right there? Yeah. That ain't from the lights. You can see it. That wasn't there earlier. Oh yeah. That just happened right there. That just explosion right there. We might just have to let's watch this, chat. This is live right now. This is in Kharkiv. We had this up earlier while I was making food. And you guys, I don't know if you guys thought it was a just a still image, but no, this is live in Kharkiv, Ukraine. And now it's a little... Oh, there, look at that one, dude. That lit up the whole sky. Ain't no doubt about that. Ain't no lights. Ain't no light pixels from that one. That lit up the whole sky, dude. There's gotta be... Let's check the map. Dude, this is a time where I wish I had 2 monitors. I gotta invest in another monitor. Oh yeah. This is the... So I wanted to double check because this is the direct feed. This is that direct feed. It's not even in... Look at the it's not even in English. But this, I wanted to make sure that the multi-feed wasn't feeding old footage, because that can happen too. So this looks to be like the live. This is a live feed from right then and now. You blinked and missed it? Let's see if we can go back. You can see the lights in the you can see the blips back there, but here. There, this is what we were just looking at. There's the fire. You saw that one? This is what, 30 seconds ago? In the video, I just rewound 30 seconds. There, that lit up the whole sky. Did you see that? So that was 30 seconds ago. Let's get live. Oh, that was the biggest one so far. Just like take a picture of that image that we had right there. This was like a minute or so ago. You saw that? You guys can see that on your end then? That's not lightning. Okay, back to the live feed of it. You can see there's it's like intermittent. So that was happening then. Let's see if they've updated the map to reflect that. We just watched that happen. Explosions now being heard, visible. No, that's the same thing. Have you guys still got this update about the explosions are now visible on the live stream? Is this the latest update you guys have too on your maps? Come on, load map. Oh, great. Let's refresh the Twitter feed. Let's check stock market. Bitcoin's starting to recover. Bitcoin's in the green, so is Ethereum. Well, numbers weren't looking good last night. Nasdaq's up. Alright. The sanctions aren't negatively affecting the stock market. They're going the opposite way. The live UA map is updated now. We're trying to. Last night the stock market was plummeting, even crypto. Can't even get onto the map. Isn't loading now. Come on. Alright, we got bridge blown up in Senko Village. A bridge blown up. We have a video or a picture. Yep. Bridge blown up. Here we go. I wish I could give you guys a full screen image, but this is the best we can do. Oh my goodness. Is that a missile that just flew past? Oh my god, dude. This is the recent posting on the map for the bridge. Where is this bridge? No, I want to click where the bridge is. Right here. So this bridge, where is this in relation to? So that was a bridge blown up. So Ukraine blew that bridge up then. If that's a blue, they're probably trying to they're preventing the advance of the armor to get across the river. I'm assuming they're blowing up. I think they did announce earlier this morning too, if I recall, that they were going to start blowing up their own bridges to prevent the armor from crossing. Where did that video go now? There's a car driving across the bridge right then. I hope that happened before the car got there. Let's see Twitter. When Google Maps accidentally broadcasts the invasion of Ukraine? What do you mean? We've been watching the invasion of Ukraine on this map. Google Maps probably has it too. What's this mean? People have been watching the invasion on multiple platforms. According to Google Maps, there's a traffic jam at 3:15 in the morning. Oh, that happened 19 hours ago. Oh, that's old. Ukraine claims its military has taken back control of Hostomel Airport. I thought we knew that already. I swear that was a while ago. Yeah, 2 hours ago. Ukrainian army reported they retook Hostomel Airport. 2 hours ago that happened. Breaking. Ukraine's interior minister announces 10,000 automatic rifles have been distributed to civilians in Kiev. 10,000 automatic rifles have been distributed. Statement from Obama. We went through Trump's statement, former president. You go through Obama's statement now. Last night, Russia launched a brazen attack on the people of Ukraine in violation of international law and basic principles of human decency. Russia did so not because Ukraine posed a threat to Russia, but because the people of Ukraine chose a path of sovereignty, self-determination, and democracy. For exercising rights that should be available to all people in all nations, Ukrainians now face a brutal onslaught that is killing innocents and displacing untold numbers of men, women, and children. Fast forwarding some. There may be some economic consequences to such sanctions given Russia's significant role in the world energy markets. But that's a price we should be willing to pay to take a stand on the side of freedom. But over the long term, we all face a choice between a world in which might makes right and autocrats are free to impose their will through force, or a world in which free people everywhere have the power to determine their own future. Michelle and I will be praying for the courageous people of Ukraine, for Russian citizens who have bravely declared their opposition to these attacks, and for all those who will bear the cost of a senseless war. That's from former President Obama. Where did that one Twitter page that I was following that we had to translate everything go? We saw those huge anti-war protests. We saw that in Moscow. That was an hour ago. Check the live feed. Not seeing any fire again. Where is that? And why is there any footage on the ground there? Let's check Scooter. A lot of journalists are probably trying to get a little sleep right now that are on the ground. So here's an update. Driving away from Kiev towards Poland. Normal route blocked by fighting. Gas stations rationing gas. Heavy traffic at times. Why is this muted?
Towards Poland. I am driving from Kiev towards Poland through Bila Cerkev because of the army fighting lines being on the usual way towards Poland. Really extremely hard to find gas. And they at one point started to only give gas to first responders and military. They were using some sort of like words like you can only use coupons, which didn't make any sense. And when I asked them what that is, they couldn't explain. And then I finally got the answer that they are rationing it, and it's only for military and first responders such as police and fire and ambulance. Thankfully, I was able to explain to them that our press card is given out by government as well, and we're also first responders, and they were kind enough to help. But as I'm driving away, I'm seeing people on the side of the roads with bags. Some people are walking away with camping equipment. It's very eerie. The gas attendant told me that
violent clashes in Sumy.
They just had a missile fly over them today.
Violent clashes in Sumy. So updating after the bridge blown up. Where is this? Sumy. So this happened here. State border guard says Ukrainian forces are engaged in combat. So they're having conflict right here. They're having ground battle right here. Like, and like they have our, how far in is that? That's on the border. I wonder how big of a unit they have stationed here then. That's not in the lower eastern, that's not in the eastern region, right? That they want in? Look at that. They're having full-on conflict right here in this little spot. In this town. Sumy. This is a military part of it. Is this whole thing a military base? What is Sumy, dude? Let's look it up. No, it isn't it's a city in Ukraine. Well, it looks nice. This is Sumy. This is where they're having conflict right now. Ground battle. So that's what this city is. Hey, welcome everybody. Comment where you're tuning in from. Welcome to Mercado Media Productions. We're just kind of watching this all play out today. White House is apparently getting ready for a news conference. So that's happening. All right, Pentagon news conference.
Find the hotel.
John Kirby. Let's see if the Pentagon's begun. Nope. Oh, they did already. Oh, we missed that one. It was just a spokesperson. This hasn't happened yet. Let's check the map. We got Kenosha, Wisconsin tuned in. Welcome, welcome. Oh, we got Ohio tuned in. Welcome. Thank you so much, Shannon, for those 50 stars. Thank you, thank you. Reno, Nevada's tuned in. Hello from New Hampshire. Of course, thank you, thank you. Violent clashes. And then what else? We got the Kremlin. Putin and Macron discuss the war in Ukraine by phone. Russia says it destroys over 70 military targets, including 11 airfields in Ukraine. Well, that's the latest. 8 minutes ago, Putin and Macron discussed the... Let's look at... That's not even... Alright, let's check Twitter. Who else we got? We got Toledo, Ohio, Osceola, Florida tuned in. Nebraska's tuned in. Sacramento, California, welcome, welcome. Yep, so we got Ukraine taking back the Hostomel airport. I only want to read like direct reports, not people's opinion of it. Let's check that live feed. Let's sit on this live feed for a bit. Where is this? The cyber threat attack link? Okay, thank you. Let's pull that up. So we have the cyber attack threat link. What does this mean? What is this? These are all the cyber attacks that are going on? This is a live look at cyber attacks? There's a lot that were just going to in the Ukraine region. Top targeted countries, highest rate of attacks per organization: Georgia, Mongolia, Angola, Bosnia, and this is a cyber attack map, or cyber threats. Attack trends. Apparently this is how you can track the cyber attacks that are going. Crypto miner, looks like there was a banking attacks in the United States. Interesting. So I guess we can have that up. Cyber threat map. Have all types of maps up. We get icon updates? No, nothing new. Any new updates to your guys' map yet? This map takes forever. You're still looking for who else is watching from Osceola. There's a lot to take in to you guys at the same time. We can go back some in time. I don't want to present information as if it's happening now. So the Hostomel airfield has been a crucial battle site, a battleground. This airfield, the Ukraine's taking it back. So Russia bombed it and then tried to advance. And then Ukraine took it back. The Hostomel airfield. Just found me a little bit ago from Los Angeles. Welcome. Happy to have you here. Drop a follow if you guys haven't. Hit the follow button. You're in Osceola, Indiana. Thank you, Shannon, for the 50 stars. Margaret for the 200 stars. Thank you, Chris, for the 50 stars. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ann Lins, for the 200 stars. Thank you, Joan for the 200. Thank you, Dizzy, for the 830 stars. Thank you, Linda, for the 500 stars. Thank you, Sandina, for the 50 stars. Thank you, Andrea, Darlene, Sandy, Jennifer, Brent. If I missed you guys, thank you so much for sending the stars. This is the live UA map, chat. If you guys are wondering what map that I'm using right now to just go into all the conflict zones. So look at, now you got announcement blips coming from every country. UK to ban Aeroflot aircraft from landing in the UK. European Council concludes Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine. Sanctions to drastically limit Russian access to the EU, US markets, and Germany. Czech Republic withdraw its ambassadors from Russia and Belarus. Poland raises state of alert to its forces. France, Macron just now. The events last night are a turning point in Europe's history. It's an act of war that we did everything to avoid. France shelves hopes of dialogue with Russia and marks its absolute solidarity with Europe's eastern allies plus Ukraine. Their freedom is ours. Thank you, Angie, for the 50 stars. Joanne, thank you, Julie, Shannon, Star Party. Thank you guys so much. People in Ukraine's Kharkiv sleeping in the subway as the battle rages above ground. Let's check this out. Oh, my bad. I didn't let it load. I was impatient. People in Ukraine's Kharkiv sleeping in the subway as the battle rages above ground. We were watching that. So this is this is in Kharkiv in the underground. So this is underneath where we're watching here, where you guys are seeing the bomb. We saw the fire and the bombings in the distance. These are the people that are kind of trapped there right now, sleeping in the subway as the battle rages above ground. I wonder what Macron and Putin are talking about. An image. Let's look that up. Let's see what the U.S. Let's see if the Department of Defense, U.S. troops in Ukraine. Breaking: the Biden administration just authorized the deployment of 7,000 U.S. troops to Europe. We saw that in his speech, though. We knew that he was doing that. We knew that he was moving soldiers to NATO countries. He said directly, specifically Germany. There's an armor division heading to Germany already. It's basically, so this is from ABC News from Poland. So this is this is the train station in Przemysl.
This is the train station in Przemysl. It's
Przemysl.
Basically the first town in Poland after you cross from Ukraine. What you're seeing behind me are people who've come tonight on a train that was delayed for 5 hours and 45 minutes, but it finally made it from the city of Lviv in Ukraine. All these people behind just pulled in. They went through customs. Now they're trying to buy tickets for other towns in Poland or the rest of Europe. You can see there's help from police over there. There are information booths, and I'll take you over there real quick. The Poles have been incredibly hospitable, offering coffee, some cookies to the people who've just arrived. There are paramedics here as well, in case anybody has any sort of medical issue. The biggest question for a lot of these people once they arrive, this is another of those welcome halls, is where do they go? What do they do? There's the other question is, what are they? You know, these people have left their home because of a conflict, because Russia invaded Ukraine. Are they war refugees? Are they displaced? They're grappling with a lot of this information. And I just want to give you a sense of what people are taking with them, right? Just a little bit, a couple of bags, things that they can carry on wherever they go next. People are not taking their whole lives' possessions with them. They're getting out now while they can. And the train, for many, was the most expedient way, because at the border terminal, if you want to drive across, there's a 20 to 30 hour wait.
Wow. 20 to 30 hour wait right now. They don't have time to wait. This is what we were watching in Berlin at the Brandenburg Gate. Here's footage of the fighting in Sumy. So I bet you this is, how far is Sumy, like where is, okay, let me look at the map quick. Where is Sumy and where, okay, so this is Sumy, and then Kharkiv is right here. So this is, so the camera, this is Kharkiv, right? And I bet you the camera angle that we're looking at, I mean, Sumy has to be behind Kharkiv. So the fire that we were seeing in this live feed has to be of Sumy. This is Kharkiv. Kharkiv in the foreground looks, you know, there's nothing in the foreground. In the distance, though, we saw it in the far distance. So here's some video of that from heavy fighting in Sumy. This is posted 6 minutes ago. Oh my god, dude. This is definitely what we saw. Had to be. footage out of like their, I don't even know. There's Kharkiv. Kharkiv, is that the pronunciation? That had to have been that fire that we saw in this. This is the live feed of Kharkiv. Is that how you say it's not Kharkiv? We saw a fire and explosions and things coming from in the distance in the back. Let's try to go back here. I'll try to pull it up. I don't know how long ago it would have been now. I'll just keep going until we find it. I'm reversing, going back in time now. Oh man. Oh, I should have kept a timestamp. I think it was a half hour ago. Oh, there we go. I had it. Right here. This was on the live feed. It was a half hour ago, dang near. There you go. So this was on this feed that we've been having up about a half hour ago. That has to be, that fire that we see in the distance, that has to be Sumy. Kharkiv is closer. Okay. There. See that? Did you see it light up the sky? I'll play it one more time. This is about a half hour ago on this feed. So let's go live now. You can't see that fire now. Yeah, Discord might be a solid source too. Hey, join our Discord server too if you guys haven't. Please join our Discord server. And I can't. You guys join our Discord server and join the news thread. Join the news tab. Here's the cyber attack. Are they going to hold this press conference at some time? Scroll down. Here's some more footage from the battle in Sumy. Here's some more footage, about 25 seconds. It was credit from Conflict News. This is Elent News. Wow.
مشات الكنيسة مسكينة مشات الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر فرقوا شي الجاج يا ربي السلامة يا ربي السلامة يا ربي السلامة.
Okay. What is that? Men aged 18 to 60 will not be allowed to leave Ukraine. Still no press conference. No, we're waiting. Is this credible? Wish I could go into that and... Is that true or not? No, I don't know. It's coming from a verified account. Belarus's largest media channels? I don't know. For real. Here's some video of the Hostomel airport. Ukraine military of them taking back the Hostomel airport. You gotta be careful with some of the video. I don't think that was some of the video already this morning. Like I already noticed some Arma videos. They're using Arma 3, which is a war video game, and it's being used right now as like propaganda. It's wild. All right, let's go back to the map. The map has been a solid source of most relevant video. Lots of fake videos and cell phone camera videos. I feel like the CCTV type footage that we can get is probably going to be the best. Or like the traffic cam footage, updated live. This is the latest at 3:15. Nothing new yet. Let's check the square. This is in Kiev. Look at, they just got red lights out there. Click this, okay. Hey, post into the Discord. Use Discord for me. Here, let's do this. For now, until I can get right here. There we go. Mod Phoenix there, post. There we go. Thank you. Is this relevant though? This is look at, you got to check the accounts it's coming for. I need the mods to help with that too. So the videos, it's got to be. I can't just be showing any video. Is this a credible video? Now make sure the video is credible first. I don't. The account's from a Twitter account that doesn't even have a profile picture. The Discord link has expired on the what about from the Nightbot? Let's do it from the. Oops. You looked at it? The People's Convoy. What is the Discord server? It should be in the description of the video. Click overview next to live chat. Scroll down. And click Discord. It's right underneath the Mercado Media Productions link. What's the source of this, though? See right here, I'm ready. This is it says 2021 on there. This is not a valid video. It's a practice video from last year. It's not. I knew it. It's a practice video. It says 2021 right on the TikTok. Yeah, it says 2021 right on the TikTok. Oh, guys. A lot of people are sending uncredible video right now. Yeah. So, we got the live feed. This is we're going to stick between this and the map. No problem. Yeah. It says 2021 right on the video, on the TikTok. Oh, you guys gotta go. You think? No. I know it's tough right now, especially in these day and age. I get it. It's tough because information's coming out fast, and it's like it could be real. That's the one thing is people could hop on that and be like, well, it could be true. It's probably happening anyways. No. Gotta do credible video. We're waiting for the White House press conference. There are more and more reporters are getting in there. All right, let's refresh Ukraine. For real, Ken. This is a war too, so information is going to be lots of propaganda layers too. Look at those two tweets back to back. U.S. troops moving in to help process evacuees from Ukraine. Biden says U.S. troops will not be fighting in Ukraine. So they're going to be helping. We're going to probably be helping out and setting up in Poland on that border, helping facilitate the evacuation and get that process moving faster. Probably set up processing stations so they can process people faster, because the army is fast at that. It was one thing that the army's good at, is getting people in a line, getting them through. Gotta hurry up and wait, but then you got stations, get the stations set up and then get them processed and get them through. Nothing really new. Let's type in just Ukraine. Let's go to the map. Might be just see if the map's updated. Any new updates to your guys' maps? Look at the Ukraine Twitter feed. I'm upset I can't find that Twitter account that I had this morning. Let's go to that. There we go. Oh, where is that? Dang, dude. What is that Twitter account that I had this morning? I can't find it. Hey, post in the Discord what that Twitter account is. Nine-hour wait outside to get out of Poland. Here it is. Found it. Thank goodness. I'm following it too. Here, notifications. Thank God. It's in a different language, but this is how we're gonna get. There we go. I found it. Thank God it came up at the top. So this is that metro station from the video from underground. This is the case in the Kharkiv metro. Here's some video from in the metro station. Thank goodness I found it just when I needed it to.
Не, он может в порту где-то стоять.
Where did they go? Hey, post all the news in our news thread. That's a discussion. I see it now. Thank you so much, that girl. Post that in our news thread. We have a news thread on our Discord. All the threads are on the left. Excuse me, or the channels. Where are they gonna go? They just gotta hunker down there. What's this tweet say? NATO will not establish a no-fly zone over Ukraine, as this will lead to a direct confrontation between the alliance and Russia. In Sumy, fighting continues in the area of the Cadet Corps and the Agricultural University. A fire broke out.
Ебать. Пизда, блядь.
This is another angle of that fire and that conflict that we were watching from other videos. Oh, you're good, Haley.
Ебать.
What's this say? Gostomel, the enemy landing was defeated. The airfield was cleared. Wandering occupiers are caught in the surrounding forests. So they've been tweeting the whole update. Where is the... Did they change what their Twitter account looks like too? Since this morning? I swear. No, I was following another one. Maybe it's both of these ones. It's this one too. This one isn't tweeting as many updates as it was early this morning, our time. Let's check the map. 43 million people live in Ukraine. Good afternoon, Rose. Hey, put yellow and blue hearts. Yellow and blue hearts in the chat. Support the people of Ukraine. That is the latest, is the metro. People, the videos of the people sleeping on the ground in the metro. Stock markets turning around in the United States. Let's check crypto. Crypto numbers are back up. The few other ones are doing their thing still, but the big ones, like there was a big drop in Bitcoin, huge drop in Bitcoin overnight. We were nearing like minus 3,000, 31, 3,200, 3,300. It was getting bad. Now it's back to plus 806, and then Ethereum's back up nearly 20. Those numbers were not looking good this morning. All right, let's see if we can get any. This is what it looks like in Rome. Buildings are lit in the colors of Ukraine in solidarity. Okay, so this is confirmed. I just read this from a non-verified source. This was verified source. Breaking: Ukraine's interior ministry says men between the ages of 18 and 60 are banned from leaving the country.
Нихуя себе, блядь. Да, сука, там зачистили вообще, блядь, все. К ебеням.
I feel this video wasn't posted onto the thing. So apparently this is a video, allegedly, from automatic gunfire heard in Kharkiv, lighting up the sky, which kind of looks similar to what we were seeing from the distance cam when it was kind of lighting up over there. There are more and more reporters appearing in the press conference. Let's check this. Here, if you watch a video, unless it's confirmed by the geolocation on the map, I'll say allegedly. You see anything? Any latest? Negative. Pull up that. Here's the Maiden Square. Nothing new on the interactive map right now either. Chat. You guys getting anything new on your map? Yeah, Agenda Free does a good job. Got audio of the square going. Got audio of both feeds on, actually. See if there's any updates on the ground from Scooter trying to evacuate. Nope, no updates. The last hour. Nothing new on the map for me. Press conference. All good. Yeah, we've been live for the last few hours. We'll be live intermittently throughout this. I wish we could get like So here's some remarks from Biden. If you missed it, BBC posted this. This is the world non-U.S. news.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. This aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse.
Yeah, I cannot.
America stands up to bullies. We stand up.
I can't pull up our combat footage. The stream will get taken down.
For freedom. This is who we are.
Yeah. So Biden just more sanctions on banks and those that are in Russian billionaires. If true, it would be a stunning development. So like I was saying earlier in the stream, we were watching Russian, there was protests in Moscow. They were just snatching people. You might not come back at all from those. Prague. Video from Prague. Thousands of Russians took to this. Yeah, we watched that whole thing like at the beginning of this stream. We watched all the Russians are out protesting and they all got arrested. They had like 20 vans. Here's more video from the subway station. Again, credit to ABC News for this video. Underneath the subway station. What about the folks sent to Germany ready for the NATO alliance? Like, what do you mean, the troops? That was gonna happen. It's more so those that I don't feel that our troops are gonna go into Ukraine. Nor do I want them to.
We see.
Yeah, sent us to protect the NATO countries. So if Russia wants to go beyond Ukraine. So from Time posted a minute ago. Here's a minute and 30 seconds from Time's footage. They had reporters out there, which, dude, that would be so scary to report in Russia, dude. Like, they were silently just grabbing people, not even saying anything. There was no LRAD, no announcement, anything. They were just walking in, grabbing you, taking you to the bus, and then throwing you in your gun.
Куда вы меня
Между нами снова.
It was such a surreal thing to watch because it was so quiet. In comparison to like how loud the noises can be, you know.
Ну, ты ответственность несешь за нее? Конечно.
So that was earlier in the evening, video footage from the protests that we had watched live from the live feeds out in Moscow. It was cut together footage from we watched that earlier. Any other recent updates? Let's check the map. If not, it might be a little break too. Time for a break from this. Not getting too much recent news right now. Let's check we're still waiting on this press conference. When is this supposed to start for real, for real? This is what we're really waiting on. The NATO conference chat. Guess what time that is? Guess what time that is at? They're gonna have all the world leaders talk about this. That's at 5 in the morning. I got a 5:20 error code right now, chat. Yep, 5 in the morning. Early. No, nothing new on my news feed. Nothing new on my news feed. Oh my goodness. The map is slowly loading so bad. I'm setting lots of alarms. We're not getting anything new in the map. Wonder if they lost the internet to update it. I don't know where the server is coming out of. I hope we haven't lost this. I hope it hasn't gone down. Is it still on this an hour ago update on your guys' maps too? Yeah, I'll be streaming. I'll be streaming it. We gotta go to the NATO website and then I'll just stream it. I'm not getting any new. Let me check my app. That's the same thing you see as well? Application was unable to connect. Offline. Let me see if I can update my app really quick. This will be like a 4 p.m. press conference. Nope, yeah, that's the latest update I got. Latest update I got is the sleeping on the ground. The UA map, the same thing you see as the app shows. Okay, so then it's synced up. Thank you, Adnan. Thank you so much for becoming a follower. Hey, really quick, guys, check us out on mercadomediaproductions.com. We do have a website. Check out our Twitter, MMP LLC News. Follow us on Facebook that you guys are all watching right now. Drop a follow on the page. It does help significantly. Where's the action? Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you have not done so yet. Thank you, Corey, for becoming a follower. Thank you, Tasha, for the 50 stars. Thank you so much. Thoughts in the chat, guys. How are we feeling about all this? How are you guys feeling about all this? I mean, I don't know if you guys were watching me early this morning or just tuned in recently. We've been tracking this since about an hour after the invasion started, because I was fumbling my live stream because I was like in a panic and couldn't get it going fast enough. So right about after the invasion began, I started my stream last night. Took like a 4 or 5 hour nap. We've been live since 12:30, I think now. 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes. Covering a lot of world leader speeches this morning. You said you're feeling, this is scary, feeling mighty uneasy. More so sad for the people of Ukraine. No one in the world except for Putin and whoever his cronies are want this. Nobody in the world wants this. You're afraid, honestly. If they captured Chernobyl, they did. Let's see if we can pull up video of that. Chernobyl. Russian troops have captured, so here's video of that. This was about 4 hours ago now. That's been happened. Well, it's unclear if Ukraine will take that back or what, but right now Chernobyl is, Russia has that. Police detained more than 1,600 Russians protesting against Russia's multi-pronged military operation in Ukraine, while authorities threatened to block media reports that contain Moscow described as, quote, false information. had that play a few times. Sorry. The verdict is in for the federal trial. But if you guys have been for here in Minneapolis, Twin Cities area, the verdict is in for the federal trial for the former 3 Minneapolis officers involved in the murder of George Floyd. The federal trial. So that's happening. Is this press conference happening? Oh, looks like they're getting the camera positioning. Getting the white. Yeah, they're getting it ready now. So it looks like the press conference might be happening in a moment. The verdict is about to be read in about 15 minutes. You don't think Russian citizens will help our government or military in this war? No, it looks like the majority of the Russian citizens don't want it at all either. The verdict for the federal trial involving the 3 officers that were out there with Derek Chauvin in the George Floyd's murder. So the federal trial, it hasn't been televised. They don't televise federal trials. So that's been happening this whole time. The state trial for that begins in June. They have to go through a state trial too. We will be covering that. That's what I'm saying, Tommy. Literally. Now, the verdict didn't take long. The jury went into deliberations yesterday. Map update. Check. So far it's been nothing in about an hour. We're getting a lot of errors. Refresh that. White House. Let's take a look at. You know what's wild is by the time we're watching this later on tonight, it'll be daytime again. I'm seeing I'm seeing right in the middle now. In the middle of I'm gonna circle it with my mouse. That same fiery spot that we saw earlier is back. Right in the middle of my mouse. The briefing's at 5. Okay, so it's in 10 minutes. Perfect. Thank you, Betty. That fiery spot's back there that we'd saw in the middle. This is a live feed of Kharkiv. And then we guessed based on the map and the images of the fires coming out of Sumy. So this is of the city. This is the city that you're watching in the foreground. Kharkiv. And then in the background where I'm pointing out the fire and you'll see I don't know if you'll see the skylight up you did earlier when they were bombing it, but this fire that's happening in the distance is, I'm guessing, just again based off of the map and off of the reports, is the Sumy. Where is the fires? There it is. All this is, they're having ground conflict and big ground battles in Sumy right here, and here is Kharkiv, here is Sumy. So if you look at that, right, that distance You know, that might be about right here for seeing this in the distance from this camera. I don't know where this camera is. This is Kharkiv in the foreground. And then there's the fire and happenings in the back, and the only reports we have of that right now are coming out of Sumy. Here's a video. Destroyed an armored vehicle. Do we have video of that? Destroyed Russian armor vehicle.
Сухпайок русский. Вот так вот. Вот она, техника стоит. А вот тут он что-то горит, хавчик какой-то, хрен поймешь. Короче, ушли. Ушли они.
What'd Joe say? That means he posted on Twitter then. You posted on Facebook? Why? Oh, it's probably on his president account. America stands up to bullies. We stand up to freedom. That's who we are. Inspiring. Alright, so this is supposed to begin in about 8 minutes. We're seeing fire coming from, again, which I would assume to be the Sumy region that we've been seeing the reports in the ground conflict from the map. From on the ground. So that is, okay. Demetrio Klib, I am getting an update on my map. I am live. Yes, this is live right now. Yep, you're watching me live, and we're going through video and as much live feed as I can find. Discuss practical steps to ensure security in the Black Sea region against the backdrop of Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine. Ukraine expects resolute actions, or our joint security is at stake now. Where is this coming from? The megaphones on the outskirts, well, the conflict in the middle. So we're seeing some more blue blips that are meeting some of the, look at all these ground forces, dude. Oh, they're moving in on dude. They're trying to take this whole city. Kharkiv. Here's an hour ago video or picture of the clash in Sumy from the fire. Where's the video? Oh, it's on Twitter. The verdict is not televised. Nothing with the trial. Nothing with the federal trial. Here it is. Verdict is in. Federal trial of former Minneapolis officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. In the federal trial. So the verdict is in. Again, it's not going to be televised. It's a federal trial. Happening now outside Russian consulate in New York City. Hundreds of people have been protesting for hours against Putin and throughout the city. Marching throughout the city. So this is in New York.
Ukraina, 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 Ukraina. Ukraina, 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 Ukraina.
Let's look up what's the population of Kharkiv. Typing's hard. Population of Kharkiv. 1.4 million. There's 1.4 million in this city here. Right here. They were hitting hard targets early on this morning, but that's not going to last long. They hit hard targets to start. like military targets. They're on the outskirts of this town. Kharkiv population 1.4. Kiev has 2.84 million. Nearly 2.9 million in Kiev. Here's the picture here's the live feed we keep watching. The picture. That's this. Yep. So the press conference should begin in about 4 minutes. Let's update the Twitter feed. How are you guys all doing in the chat? Midnight hour in Ukraine. It's midnight in Ukraine right now. Yeah, I knew he'd tweet it too. Alright, type Ukraine in. So we're getting multiple reports now. So it's multiple reports about this ministry bans men aged 18 and 60 from leaving the country. I'm just like, in my mind, I'm just thinking of the Titanic and that dude that I'm with child. I'm with child. When they were said women and children only. $18 to $60 compared to conscript. The conscript for Ukraine. Wow. Alright, well, we gotta just wait on this press conference to start. It's supposed to begin in about 3 minutes. Join our Discord server, y'all, if you haven't. Snack Squad Discord server. We have nearly 700 in our server now. Join our server. We have a news channel, as well as like a memes channel, so there's like a meme farm on there. Sports discussions on there. My gaming stuff that we do is on there. Really everything. Anything if you want to stay plugged into our little viewership community we got. That is the Snack Squad. Shout out to Snack Squad. So join our Snack Squad community on Discord, so you guys can plug into all the stuff that we have going on. Live stream events. Let's get rid of this TikTok link. I can see TikTok shutting people's live streams down. Live stream event. What is it? Is it on YouTube or is it a website? Oh, this is the feed of all of them? All 4 of them? Okay, we can have this one up. I'm going to still keep this one up individually. I'm going to still keep these 2 up individually, though. Just so we can verify that they're not looping the footage. Or replaying the same thing and looping it. So we'll keep that there. But I'm also going to keep the individual ones, too. Alright. This is all 4 of them. Snapchat maps haven't been very effective lately, unless they've been posting newer Snapchats. They haven't been too effective on the Snap map. Snap map hasn't been as effective as I'd hope for finding video. Let's see if it's changed since this morning. 14 hours ago, 9 hours ago. Evacuation at its peaks. This was 9 hours ago, 10 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 8 hours ago. Let's go over here to Kharkiv. This is where the conflict is really happening right now. Wow, 2 hours ago. You guys see this?
थक चुके हैं guys. पूरी की पूरी बैंड बज चुकी है हमारी बैंड.
Snap stories of the subway.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, amigos?
Oh my, they're just like in like underground. Five hours ago. Hey, thank you so much, Trent, for the 50 stars. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, go back.
Anti-launcher missiles.
Yeah, we got that. Jury has reached a verdict for the 3 former officers in Minneapolis. Confirmed by, now it's confirmed by officials. Okay, so yeah, that is double, triple, quadruple confirmed. We've been seeing that. We've been watching, so that's the other important thing to do when statements are made. When you see them over and over again, and then it gets to the point of going to official accounts and government accounts. How do I do it? What am I doing? The verdict is in. How do I do that? Oh, I can cut to it quick, I suppose. It is being televised. Is that a picture or the link?
I think when we got to 3:30 or so, they thought, well, they're probably going to take, a while longer. And then also people thought it would be longer just for
Oh. What was that? We have lots of audio going right now. We got audio of Ukraine and then the White House press briefing. Let's turn that on now. And then, okay, so then this is happening here in the local news for us that live in the Twin Cities.
withhold medical aid, but they did it anyway. That's what the prosecution had to prove. And that seemed like a tough burden to a lot of people. It just seemed like also one that might be a little complicated.
Lots of news going on right now, guys.
These charges, I'm told by Joe Tamburino, are relatively unusual.
This is from CBS's reporting.
Was expected to take the jury quite
Verdict has been reached for the ex-officers. This is for violating George Floyd's civil rights.
The instructions today, and I mean, I used old man print, so it's a little bigger, but I still have, 39 pages of the judge's instructions, word for word, and you see a lot of that.
Wonder how long that's going to take. So we'll have that ready. Just ping me when that's being read, and we can pull that up. Here's the 4 images of Ukraine. We're waiting on the White House press briefing. Trent, thank you so much again for those 50 stars. Thank you guys. Please drop a follow on the page if you haven't. And drop a follow on Mercado Media Productions. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Check crypto quick. Numbers are still in the green. Stock markets recovered today. The daily recovery. Let's check the map. Oops. All right. Lots of errors on the. If you guys are trying to access this website. Samantha, thank you so much for those 50 stars. Julie, thank you so much for those 200 stars. Sent stars for the first time. Thank you so much, Julie. Trying to load this map. It's live UA map. We can track the war. Heavy clashes in your Kurgan. Ukrainian army managed to recapture a bridge and bridgehead. So earlier yesterday, so this is the other thing too. If you guys have been following at least my reporting of this, is we're kind of reporting or talking about the conflicts, the ground conflicts that have been happening, and we talked about this bridge, and they were advancing armor across, and according to what? Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine Hanna Maliar informs defense battles are being fought in the south near Kurgan. Mechanized units of the armed forces recaptured the bridge and established themselves on the left bank of the Dnieper. So that's happening. So the Ukraine army got a victory, recapturing a bridge and bridgehead. $200 stars. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you, Leslie, for the 530 stars. Linda with a 1,000-star bomb. Thank you so much. Leland, thank you so much for becoming a follower. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Russian reports of Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m. What? Oh, hold on. When is 3 a.m.? This was less than 20 minutes ago. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m. What time is that? What time is it now? No, yeah, the verdict. We got the verdict of the ex-officers is happening. Apparently, there's going to be a bombing raid in Kiev. There's no way I'm going to be able to stop. There's going to be a bombing here? What's the report? Where's the report? Let's click on that. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m. Heading to shelter. So in 3 hours? So what would that be, like 7 p.m.? So 7 p.m. Central Time, my time. What's the source? Russia, Ukraine, journalist. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m. All right, 3 hours. It's 12:08 a.m., so yeah, it would be at like 7 p.m. So we got that feed up. We got these feeds up, dude. It appears that, let me see. No, I can still see the. You can still see that smoke if you. I don't know. Can you? What does it look like for you? Oh yeah, so if I circle it with my mouse, you guys can see that orangish looking. I know it's pixelated. Let me see if I maybe lower the quality to match your guys's. It's in 1080p now. Maybe that might clear up the image for you guys because it's up downscaled from 1440p. But do you see that orange speck? Maybe now did it look better before? That's from the fire. You had to stop for a minute to help your son? You missed the verdict. No. Verdict is it's in, but it hasn't been read yet.
Over that he went into the ambulance after they came to, he said he thought that medics might need some help. Again, saying that he didn't realize until later that what was actually going on. Now, the prosecution, obviously, a very different take on this, that the former officer should have known that there was a problem, that bystander pleas would have told them that something serious was going on, and to have listened to George Floyd's cries for help on the day that he died, and that the defendants stood by and did nothing, causing George Floyd's death. A lot to break down here. Those are some of what the prosecution and the defense cases were. Again, that's what the jury listened to for about a month. And soon we will find out what their verdict is.
Yeah, Jen, thanks for all the breakdown and
verdict
insight.
Is in, but it has not been read yet. Verdict is in, but it has not been read. This is for their federal. This is for the federal trial. This isn't the state trial. Will be televised, and you guys will get to watch that for the other three.
A little over 4 weeks of testimony, opening statements, closing arguments, and to really wrap this up within 14 hours of deliberation, and it's a non-sequestered jury, that's very fast, which means that this jury must have decided the case pretty easily. So if I were the government, I'd be a little worried.
We're just getting some word right now about the verdicts.
Yeah,
Joe.
your conventional wisdom might not be correct in this case. Let's go ahead and we'll fill people in on what we know.
This is what we're hearing, Joe. We're hearing that Tu Tao and J. Alexander King are found guilty of those 2 counts against them.
So Tu Tao guilty of failing to intervene against Derek Chauvin, and Tu Tao guilty of depriving George Floyd of medical care, and J. Alexander King, the rookie failure to intervene against Derek Chauvin, guilty, and guilty of depriving Floyd of medical care.
We haven't heard about Thomas Lane quite yet.
So Joe, if those are 4 guilty counts, they took these 39 pages of jury instructions and all that evidence, and it didn't take them long to come to a decision.
Guilty on all for the first
It didn't.
2.
I'm surprised. They must have very much been convinced as to the guilt of those 2 individuals, because this is really fast. I mean, less than 2 days,
they
basically.
Don't have Lane yet.
I'm surprised.
Joe, can you talk a little bit about, I know that you said, and Esme talked about it a bit too, that you said that the language is willfully is unusual.
Yes.
Okay, now we're just getting word right now. Our producer is telling us that Thomas Lane also found guilty of the charges against him.
Guilty. And that was only 1 charge, and that was depriving Floyd of medical care. So in total, 5 charges against 3 officers. All charges. 5 charges guilty against all 3 officers. So guilty. All across the board, Joe. And done quickly.
Very quickly. I'm definitely surprised. You're right about the conventional wisdom. Definitely surprised. Do you know how they answered the jury verdict form? Because they had to answer yes or no as to whether or not the conduct, failing to intervene, caused or contributed to Mr. Floyd's death.
We don't, but Esme's standing by, and maybe we can go ahead and get that right now from here. So stay tuned, will you, Joe, because we want to come back to you.
Yes.
Let's go to Esme Murphy. Esme, are you there?
Well, a sweeping win for the prosecution here. All 3 of these defendants found guilty on all counts. And the answer to Joe Tamburino's question is that the answer was yes. In every single count, the jury found, for every single defendant, they found that yes, that deprivation of rights contributed to George Floyd's death. What that means is that the sentences here will be much stiffer because they led to George Floyd's death. They could have said that it did not lead to George Floyd's death, when it should have been a much lesser sentence. But this is a sweeping statement against, police actions and the requirement that all police need to be accountable, not only for their own actions.
I don't even know how to write that.
but for the actions of others. I mean, I think this trial really is going to go down really as a landmark in saying that. And there were a lot of people who really wondered, would the two rookies, third and fourth day on the job, J. Alexander King and Thomas Lane, would they get convicted of this? What would anybody have done on their third or fourth day of the job, being told what to do?
All right, so that's on the, that's it. Guilty on all charges for the other three for the federal trial. Now they have to face the state trial. That's coming up in June. So federal trial, guilty on all charges. All of them. Every charge. All right. You can see, I don't know when the sentencing will be. There's not, that's the news. There isn't, they keep trying to copyright my streams. They're going to copyright my stream while I'm live. Working that's just on WCCO reporting. Now, that was it. We just needed to hear the verdict. There's no live feed of the court proceedings or anything like that. It's a federal trial. That's from WCCO, but I'm sure you can find it on any Twin Cities network right now. Are they ever on time? Oops, I wrote a post through my accident. Delete mine. Sorry. I hear increased voices, so it sounds like a press conference is happening sometime today. Found guilty on all charges. That's wow. Oh, wow. Where's the pizza? Do you guys hear what they're talking about right now? Sorry, I'm getting a lot of news shared out there really quick, guys. I'm not ignoring you, I promise. Go to Mercado Media Productions really quick. Take a moment and share our post about the breaking for the verdict. Run over to Mercado Media Productions. It was posted about 2-3 minutes ago, but here we go. We have it posted. Grab a follow on our page. You guys are watching this on Facebook, also on YouTube. Shout out to our YouTube audience. How many we got over on YouTube? 232 going strong on YouTube. Listen, that's gonna. I wonder how that's gonna impact the state trial now. They're gonna like. We'll see what their sentencing is. We'll post an update and tweet an update with when the sentencing is ready to go. I wonder how that impacts the state trial now. Guilty on all in the federal for civil rights, violating George Floyd's civil rights. What's the state trial about? It's just like we watched Chauvin's state trial. Chauvin went through a federal trial too. He had a federal and a state trial. So it's going to be just the federal state trial like we watched Chauvin. That was supposed to be in March, but it got pushed back to June. In March, I'm going to be covering a lot. I'm going to be covering the People's Convoy at the beginning. It's on its way still. It's hit Arizona. The Midwest one, or the one in Minnesota, starts on the 4th. Bright and early. I think they leave at 8 in the morning at the truck stop up in Sauk. Dang it. I have the spot. My brain's just mush. Sauk Rapids or Sauk Center. It's up nearby St. Cloud. It's a truck stop. About an hour and 45 minutes away. So I got to wake up early and drive up there. Set up, and then I'll be live, talk to some truckers, and follow the convoy. What's new on Ukraine? That's what we're waiting on. This is going to be the latest. We can check the map. We're waiting on this press conference, the White House, which was supposed to happen 23 minutes ago. It appears being on time is not important. Therefore, I don't have to be on time. Just kidding. Let's go to the map. Let's refresh. I'm hearing louder and louder voices, so. Come on, refresh. You know the organizers of the truckers? Forte drone over the Black Sea watching Crimea. We have a drone image? I think we got a drone image. These websites. Oh no, not a drone image. So it's just a drone scene. United States Air Force. Forte 2 drone at 54,000 feet over the Black Sea. 54,000, dude? What kind of plane is that? That's a U.S. plane. We probably got UFOs, dude. Be in outer space taking pictures. So, 18 minutes ago, President Zelensky signed a decree on general mobilization. What does that mean? Please be is this going to be translated? Dang it, dude. Oh, man. Translate. Zelensky signed a decree on... Okay. Time to do this. Google Translate.
I see the stenographer. She's coming out.
I'm hearing voices though from.
Who knows? We might have here.
Oops. English. What the hell are you talking about? I'm hearing rumblings though, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Might have to cut over to the White House feed here pretty quick. Where they at here? In connection, all right. So this is what the statement said. Here we go. In connection with the military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, in order to ensure the defense of the state, maintain the combat and mobilization readiness of the armed forces of Ukraine and other military formations, on the basis of the proposal of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, in accordance with Part 2 of Article 102, paragraphs 117-20 of Part 1 of Article 106 of the Constitution of Ukraine, I declare and conduct a general mobilization. So he's officially mobilizing his military. So they had people stationed in spots, but he's officially mobilizing the military. Let's keep that open. What else we got? Shelling targeting military unit in Ochakiv. So we got a newest target as of 19 minutes ago. Another military target. The red with the lines mean it's a military target, military area. Any picture? Source. There is a shelling of the unit an acquaintance just called. And they geolocate it. So they're shelling that. Where is that? That's in the southern by the port. Anyway, nowhere near the eastern region that they said that they were going to use. Oh man. Where is this? Clashes in the Kharkiv region. Ukrainian army responds to fierce attacks. So the Ukrainian army is fighting back. Let's see if there's an update. Website. Sometimes you just got to give it a second. I'm hearing people, they're getting louder in there. They're definitely getting louder. What do we got? Nope, nothing beyond the drone. Pull this up. Let me know. I get notifications, but if you guys get pinged anything new. They haven't been on time at all. I don't know what they got going on at the White House right now, man. It's now 4:30. They said the press conference is going to start.
This is a good sign. This is a good sign. So far. Mr. Holland, you're the only member of the front row there.
2-minute warning to briefing. 2-minute warning to briefing. Thank you.
That's exactly what people said. That's literally exactly.
ABJ is walking out.
Honestly, I would just cry silent little tears right here. I can't handle that today.
And take one.
Wait. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Okay. Back by popular demand. If he decides he's not going to be an economic expert anymore, he might have a future in our business or in the press office. So back, Dilip is back. He's going to give some brief comments at the top, take a few questions, then we'll do some briefing after then. And I'll just say at the top for anyone who needs to leave for TV, feel free to go. It's all fine. I will turn it over to Dilip now.
Thank you, Jen. Good to see all of you again, but this is a briefing I never wanted to give. I'd like to start by saying the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine today as they suffer an unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated attack by the Russian military forces. President Biden has said from the start of this crisis, if Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound, to its financial system, to its economy, to its technology base, and to its strategic position in the world. As the world has now witnessed, Putin has made his choice. He rejected diplomacy and chose war. And today, the president has announced our response. Because of Putin's choices, his flagrant violation of international law, and his utter disregard for the principles that underpin peace and security across the world, we will now ensure his decision is remembered as a strategic failure. Today, we impose an unprecedented package of financial sanctions and export restrictions in lockstep with our allies and partners that will isolate Russia from the global financial system, shut down its access to cutting-edge technology, and undercut Putin's strategic ambitions to diversify and modernize his economy. Let me walk you through a few specifics, and I'll be happy to take questions. On financial sanctions, I stood at this podium on Tuesday and said we would impose the most severe sanctions ever levied on Russia if Putin proceeded with the invasion. Today, we're following through. We will impose sanctions on Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and VTB, which together hold more than half of the Russian banking system's assets, over $750 billion in total. For VTB, we will freeze all of its assets touching the U.S. financial system and prohibit U.S. persons from doing any business with the bank. For Sberbank, we will sever its access to the U.S. financial system. We'll also freeze the assets of and prohibit any business dealings with 3 additional Russian banks with combined assets of over $70 billion. We'll also restrict U.S. investors from providing debt or equity financing for 13 of the most critical Russian state-owned enterprises, which combined have estimated assets nearing $1.5 trillion. And finally, we'll also impose sanctions on the executives at these state-owned institutions, as well as additional Russian elites who are complicit in Putin's kleptocracy, and their family members. Those who've shared in the Kremlin's corrupt gains and stored their wealth in yachts and luxury condos and fancy cars will now share in the pain of these measures. In terms of the financial impact, as I said, these are the most impactful and significant sanctions the U.S. has ever taken. But financial sanctions are just one part of our response. We're also unveiling today an expansive and unprecedented set of export restrictions developed in historically close coordination with the European Union, Australia, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Taiwan. These new measures include sweeping restrictions on Russian military end users to impair Putin's military capabilities, and will also deny exports across Russia to sensitive cutting-edge technology, primarily targeting Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors. In total, the United States and our partners will effectively be cutting off more than half of all high-tech imports going into Russia. This includes curbing Russia's access to advanced semiconductors and other foundational technologies that Russia needs to diversify and modernize its economy. Working in tandem, these financial sanctions and the export controls will undercut Putin's aspirations to project power on the world stage. And those impacts intensified dramatically just today. The Russian stock market plunged over 30% at one point before being halted by local regulators. Russia's currency, the ruble, weakened to its weakest value on record against the dollar before the central bank intervened. And the price the market is charging the Russian government to borrow is now above 15%. These impacts over time will translate into higher inflation, higher interest rates, lower purchasing power, lower investment, lower productive capacity, lower growth, and lower living standards in Russia. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a very raw deal for the Russian people. But Putin's war of choice has required that we do what we said, and to ensure this will be a strategic failure. Finally, let me just say a few words about the impact of Russia's choices on the U.S. We've intentionally scoped our sanctions to deliver severe impact on the Russian economy while minimizing the cost to the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. To be clear, our sanctions are not designed to cause any disruption to the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. We've carved out energy payments on a time-bound basis to allow for an orderly transition of these flows away from sanctioned institutions, and we provided other licenses to provide for an orderly wind down of business. Let me just stop there and take your questions.
I guess I just had a real quick question. You said it would take some time before it affects the economy and inflation. What's the timetable? How long do you think it will take until you have demonstrable results?
Well, look, these are costs that build over time. And as I mentioned, I think last Friday, any leader whether you're an autocrat or a small d Democrat, has to pay attention to the living standards of your country. And already we're seeing the effects of these measures and the signaling that we provided over the last 3 months. Before these sanctions were implemented, inflation in Russia was 8.7%. The government's borrowing costs had spiked above 10%. The ruble had lost almost 15% of its value. And today, those costs escalated dramatically. Now, it's going to be up to President Putin to decide, ultimately, how much cost he's willing to bear. But what we control is to make sure this will be a strategic failure, not just because of the sanctions, but also because of the export controls, because of Europe's accelerated diversification away from Russia in terms of its energy supply, due to our fortification of NATO's eastern flank, and due to the renewed energy and unity and determination by the West to stand up for our values and advance our principles.
You're in it for the long haul, right? You're until you see the results that you want.
We understand that these costs will accumulate over time.
You've just laid out all of the actions that the U.S. that our allies have taken at this point. As you understand, the questions, though, at this point are about the actions you have not yet chosen to take at this point, specifically the SWIFT system and sanctioning President Putin specifically himself. What are the triggers at this point? Are there actions that President Putin might still take you're expecting that would trigger those sanctions? Or what are the potential complications, especially about sanctioning Putin personally?
So I understand a lot of questions about SWIFT and about sanctioning President Putin and lots of other measures that could be mentioned. But let me say this. I think today was a demonstration that we mean what we say. We delivered on what we said we would do in terms of imposing costs. So when we say all options are on the table and that we're prepared to continue to ratchet costs higher, it would be a mistake to doubt that resolve. But let me also step back and say that when we consider which sanctions to apply, we're not cowboys and cowgirls pressing a button to impose costs. We follow a set of principles. We want the sanctions to be impactful enough to demonstrate our resolve and to show that we have the capacity to deliver overwhelming costs to Russia. That's one. Number two, we want them to be responsible, to avoid even the perception of targeting the average Russian civilian, and of course, unwanted spillovers back to the US or the global economy. Number three, we want to stay coordinated. And so we calibrate our sanctions to maximize the chance that we move in lockstep with our allies and partners. Number four, they should be flexible so that we can escalate or de-escalate depending on facts on the ground. And lastly, as I mentioned before, they have to be sustainable. These sanctions work over the long term. That's what will guide our design.
In light of the sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, can you tell us whether there are sanctions against any other countries that are being seriously considered at the moment? And what is the line that a nation would need to cross in this conflict for them to be on the receiving end of sanctions from the U.S.?
Well, the Belarus measures were about delivering cost to a country that aided and abetted what we saw yesterday and overnight. But I have nothing else for you in terms of other countries being targeted.
JJ. Oh, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I know I didn't mean, I was confusing the arms here. You want to come in the middle?
Thank you, Khalid.
We'll come back to you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that will be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third? Is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage? Is it a high percentage?
I would go back to the principles of our design. The measures themselves and the exemptions are balanced so that we can deliver overwhelming costs while not having unintended consequences. And so that's the principle. But as to the specifics, I'd refer you to Treasury.
Wouldn't the oil be a large percentage? I mean, considering how important it is to Russia's bottom line?
Well, look, where we have an asymmetric advantage is in foreign capital and cutting-edge technology. So that's where we're delivering the most concentrated impact. When it comes to energy, this is the one area where Russia has systemic importance in the global economy. We know it's the second largest natural gas producer in the world. It's also the second largest crude oil producer in the world. That's not to say that we have a dependence on Russia. Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
Thanks. Two quick questions, Philippe. One, if Putin takes Kyiv, does that trigger additional sanctions, specifically that scenario?
Not going to speculate on particular hypotheticals.
And you mentioned the timeline. You've been asked about the timeline. The president said in one of the answers to his questions today, he said, let's have a conversation in a month to see if these sanctions are working. But my question is, what happens in the meantime? Russia is taking over parts of Ukraine, major parts of Ukraine, as we speak. So the world just sits back and watches that happen until these sanctions take effect.
Look, we can't dictate Putin's actions. What we can do is what's within our control, and to make sure this is going to be a strategic failure for Russia. And so over the course of the next month, what you can expect is that we'll see an intensifying negative feedback loop in Russian markets. And I've described the elements of that. You'll see record capital outflows. You'll see a weaker currency. You'll see higher inflation. You'll see lower purchasing power. You'll see lower investment. And that negative feedback loop, the velocity of it, is going to be determined by Putin's own actions. And so that's what you should expect on the financial sanctions front. On export controls, what you can see is that over time, this is going to atrophy Russia's capacity to diversify outside of just oil and gas and to modernize the strategic sectors that Putin himself has said he wants to develop: aerospace, defense, IT, lasers, sensors. These sectors all depend on foundational technologies designed and produced by the West. You will begin to see a chilling effect take hold in Russia as those inputs are denied.
Thank you. For weeks now, administration officials have repeatedly said, yourself included, that these sanctions are meant to deter and prevent Putin from moving forward, from acting. Can you help us understand why the president said today that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening? And then secondly, on a quick one on Putin sanctions, without talking about when you might trigger them, can you help us understand what harm they would do to him personally if you were to sanction Putin?
Look, on your first question, we don't usually engage in hypotheticals up here at this podium, but let's play this out. Had we unleashed our entire package of financial sanctions preemptively, I think a couple things might have happened. Number one, President Putin might have said, look, these people are not serious about diplomacy. They're not engaging in a good faith effort to promote peace. Instead, they're escalating. And that could provide a justification for him to escalate and invade. Secondly, he could look at it as a sunk cost. In other words, President Putin could think, I've already paid the price. Why don't I actually take what I paid for, which is Ukraine's freedom? So that's what we wanted to avoid. Look, ultimately, the goal of our sanctions is to make this a strategic failure for Russia. And let's define a little bit what that means. Strategic success in the 21st century is not about a physical land grab of territory. That's what Putin has done. In this century, strategic power is increasingly measured and exercised by economic strength, by technological sophistication, and your story, who you are, what your values are. Can you attract ideas and talent and goodwill? And on each of those measures, this will be a failure for Russia.
I keep asking you this same question.
I don't think
she's not done yet. Let me just finish. Go ahead.
On President Putin.
But is it fair to say no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything? You certainly expected that, right?
Look, we signaled as clearly as we could what was coming if Russia proceeded with an invasion. As I mentioned before, economic costs of this severity generally matter to any leader. Because of the effect it has on his people's living standards. In this case, Putin made the wrong choice.
It's the same. How can
JJ's asking a question. Go ahead,
One more on SWIFT, please.
Don't really affect
The
ordinary
UK has been
people in
pressuring allies to still reject Russia from the SWIFT system. Can you say if the U.S. is still intensely working to pressure allies to do the same? How intensely are you guys?
I can't comment on what the UK's position is. I'm not going to speak to that. But what I'll say is the sanctions measures we impose today, I think without question, were the most consequential ever levied on Russia, and arguably the most consequential ever levied in history, if you look at the aggregate financial impact on Russia. So that's why we took the measures that we did. And we did so because we could move in lockstep with our allies and partners, and because we think the spillover effects will be manageable.
I'm trying to figure out if this is still a realistic live round. Is the U.S. really still making an intense effort for this, or is it essentially...
This being SWIFT? Well, look, again, I'm just going to repeat, all options are on the table, and we're prepared to ratchet costs higher at a time and place of our choosing. And, you know, President Putin should take that seriously after what he saw today.
Michael?
How do you ensure that these sanctions don't
Simon,
affect people?
let Michael ask his question. Go ahead, Michael.
Same question.
Just two questions. First, if you were to sanction Vladimir Putin, do you know where his money is?
Not going to comment on that.
And secondly, what is the message to Russia at this point on what it would take to roll back and relieve some of the sanctions that you put in place today?
Look, the road to diplomacy is always open. Diplomacy is never dead. But in the current circumstance, in the immediate aftermath of an invasion, that option is not available. Right now, we're imposing severe consequences on Russia for its decisions. If there were to be a shift in Russia's strategic choices that upheld core principles of respecting your neighbor's borders, respecting your neighbor's sovereignty, allowing countries to have the freedom to set their own course and their own destiny, that would be a different situation, but that's not where we are.
Tyler?
You suggested that there's things that still remain on the table, but as you walk through the hypothetical scenarios of trying to keep diplomacy open, you said that they have now crossed the line. But if you're saying there's still more on the table, do you expect things to get worse in the coming days, that Russia will continue to move forward? Is that the intelligence? I know you guys have been quite transparent about the intelligence you have. Are you keeping things back because you think the situation is going to get worse?
I think we've been transparent to a remarkable degree. One aspect of that transparency is by saying we can't get into President Putin's head. And so your question requires me to speculate on how he's thinking about next steps, and I simply can't do that.
But just in terms of U.S. intelligence and the way that you are planning out the different sanctions you have and keeping things on the table, is that a sense that it will get worse because you want to hold things back?
Look, our job is to be prepared and manage risks, all manner of risks. And that's what we've been doing over the past 3 months as this crisis intensified. We'll continue doing that.
Last one.
These sanctions don't affect ordinary people in Russia.
The targeting the Russian energy industry is totally off the table. Is that what you're saying, Khalid?
What I'm saying is that our measures were not designed to disrupt in any way the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. Now, we have also said we are going to cut off Russia's access to cutting-edge technology. That technology can be used across many sectors. And so as it relates to Russia's long-term productive capacity, we are seeking to degrade that capacity, but nothing in the short term as it relates to energy.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I know it's late, but we will get to as many people as possible. I just wanted to note a couple of things at the top for all of you. One, USAID put out an announcement that they've deployed a DART, or Disaster Assistance Response Team, to respond to humanitarian needs in Ukraine. This DART team, which is currently based in Poland, is working closely with European allies and partners who will be on the front lines of the response. The team will lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response to help address critical needs caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The DART comprises 17 disaster experts from USAID who are assessing the situation, identifying priority needs to scale up assistance inside Ukraine, and working with partners to provide rapidly needed assistance to communities affected by the conflict. I know a number of you have also asked me, and we've tried to provide as much detail as possible about how the president has spent his time over the last period since last evening. I think we put out a few details, but just to reiterate for all of you, he closely monitored the events on the ground from both the Oval Office and then back in the residence over the course of last evening. We put out a few details last night, including the fact that he spoke repeatedly with his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. He also spoke with his U.S. UN ambassador, Linda Thomas Greenfield, before she gave that powerful speech at the UN last night. He received a briefing from Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, Secretary Blinken, and his National Security Advisor around 11 p.m. approximately last evening as well. And as you know, he also spoke with President Zelensky. He continued to monitor closely into the wee hours last night. This morning, as you all know, he met for just about an hour with his national security team, which included both a full table in the room and full members from the cabinet, from the national security team on the screen. During that meeting, as is standard, he received an update from, of course, Defense, Intel, his diplomatic team about the status on the ground, and he has, of course, remained closely engaged with them through the course of the day. As you know, he also had a G7 meeting that lasted a couple of hours this morning, and he also spent an hour this afternoon on the phone with the leaders in Congress, Democratic and Republican leaders in Congress, briefing them on the situation on a secure call, briefing them on the situation on the ground, answering questions they had as well. So that has been his day to date, and he is continuing, of course, to focus on other priorities as president. But why don't we go to you, Zeke?
Thanks, Jen. Just picking up on that, has the president made any additional foreign leader calls today? Has he spoken to President Zelensky since their call last evening?
There's not been another call to President Zelensky. I expect, as you have seen over the past several days, he will continue to have calls with leaders. We will keep you abreast as those happen.
And with the U.S. government saying that it believes that the Russian objective right now is to decapitate the Ukrainian government, does the U.S. believe that President Zelensky at this moment is safe?
We're not going to get into security questions, but we are in touch with President Zelensky, and we are working to provide him a range of support.
Wow. And President Zelensky, in addition to calling for the West to cut Russia off from SWIFT, also proposed or called for, demanded, I think it was the word he used in a tweet, that the U.S. and its allies impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I know the president has said that he won't put U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine to fight Russia. Is Ukrainian airspace in play? Is that something that is subject to any discussions?
We've certainly seen his tweet or his request via tweet, but I don't have an update on that request.
That's not off the table. The no-fly zone's not off the table.
Again, I don't have any update on this point in time or status of the discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on troops fast and a few cyber questions. Sure. Do you expect NATO to call up a major response force, and how many U.S. troops could be called to help in that effort?
That's really up to NATO. As you know, we have a number of troops, thousands of troops that are on call, but that is a decision to be made by the NATO alliance.
The president said, if Putin pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. So just clarifying, does that first mean that there has not been any evidence of any cyber attack from Russia
against
any
map.
American companies at this point?
Not that we have identified or attributed.
This is the live cyber threat map.
Can you explain?
I mean, aside from past ones that you were fully tracking.
Yeah, I guess I mean in the last 24 hours.
I understand.
Can you explain more of the White House's thinking on kind of this debate in Washington about whether a cyber attack against a NATO ally would trigger an Article 5 response, a response from the alliance?
Well, that again is up to the NATO alliance to determine, but obviously a cyber attack does constitute an attack, so that would certainly be a point of discussion among the NATO members.
Okay, one more really fast. On the USAID disaster response you just mentioned, a 17-person team. Is that enough? I mean, we're talking about, we've heard you guys talk about the potential of hundreds of thousands of refugees.
You're absolutely right, and I think that's an important point. But what we're trying to do here is provide any incremental update on the status of what our work is. And I'll just note, and you may be fully aware of this, but in terms of humanitarian assistance, we have been the biggest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We've provided over $52 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year. Over the past few weeks, we've committed additional funding and supplies to humanitarian organizations. There's been a specific need and therefore a focus on support services, food, clean water, hygiene, shelter, trauma, primary health care, and we are prepared to certainly provide a significant amount more. So this is just one step, obviously less than 24 hours after the events of last night, and we will continue to plus up from here. Go ahead.
Jen, there are a number of protests within Russia itself. Are you monitoring this? What's your message to them?
Well, there certainly are, and I know with everything going on, this may not have caught everybody's attention, but let me just note that, today we're seeing Russian people in the streets, open letters from leading Russian journalists and cultural figures denouncing President Putin's war of choice. and reports of Russian mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to this fratricidal war. I think it's important to remember back in 2014 when they didn't even acknowledge that they were sending Russian soldiers. They didn't even acknowledge when there were body bags coming back from Ukraine into Russia. And there is an outcry in the streets by Russian people, by more Russian people than I think many would expect. So despite Putin's crackdown at home, dissenting views remain, and I think that's...
Right now I'm smoking on jet fuel right now.
President Putin and his war is a deeply courageous act. Their actions show the world that despite the Kremlin's propaganda, there are Russian people who profoundly disagree with what he is doing in Ukraine.
One more. Speaker Pelosi's talking about sending $600 million in lethal aid to Ukraine. Is this something you support?
We are in conversations with Congress, and I mentioned the president spoke with leaders just earlier this afternoon. I don't have an exact number, but those are ongoing conversations about what needs the Ukrainians have on the ground in a variety of categories: security, humanitarian, other economic assistance. Go ahead.
Does the U.S. have any analysis to indicate that there is dissent or division within Putin's government, or is it your understanding that Putin's government is united in this war?
It's an interesting question, and Jamie, without getting into intelligence, which obviously we look at, I mentioned obviously Russians protesting in the streets. That's not exactly what you asked about, but if you watched the meeting President Putin had with members of his national security team the other day, it was quite striking, the back and forth he had with his intel chief in that meeting.
Hey, Jill, thank you so much for becoming a subscriber.
The analysis of that is certainly can be done in an open source manner. Given
thank you so much for subscribing to Mercado Media Productions. Thank you,
to give further assessment of that.
And as you know, we are seeing Ukrainians start to flee the country.
Yeah.
Is the U.S. prepared to accept Ukrainian refugees?
We are, but we certainly expect that most, if not the majority, will want to go to Europe in neighboring countries. So we are also working with European countries on what the needs are, where there is capacity. Poland, for example, where we are seeing an increasing flow of refugees over the last 24 hours, or flow of individuals, I should say, out of Ukraine, what their needs are, and we've been talking and engaging with Europeans about that for some time now.
Part of what you're
European or Ukrainian father of young children
the
saying
president
goodbye.
is certainly prepared for that, but I would just note that because there are a number of European countries neighboring Ukraine who have expressed an openness to it, we would anticipate many of them would want to go to European countries.
And just one more quick question. The president, of course, has repeatedly said that American troops will not enter Ukraine.
Yeah.
Is there any scenario that has been discussed where that decision might be reconsidered?
The president has no intention of sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. That has not changed. Go ahead.
This was asked of the president earlier, but I don't think we got a full answer. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin said that he warned if others got involved that you have never encountered in your history. Does the U.S. understand that as a threat of using nuclear weapons?
This is Israeli.
Well,
this is in
we
Israel.
Can't obviously get into the mind of President Putin as much as he said that, nor do we know all the specific details about his strategic posture, but we don't see any increased threat.
It doesn't take a genius to look at the map and see what his strategic and positional power is right now.
I know that you and others have talked about how the government is on alert for the potential of a cyber attack, but can you share?
I'd be interested to hear what the military intelligence is talking about right now with
the
this.
Infrastructure, power grid,
what the generals have to say right now.
Well, I would say one, there's been efforts that have been ongoing for some time since the beginning of the administration to harden the private sector, work with the private sector in partnership to harden their cybersecurity protections. We've actually seen a great deal of progress made in the financial sector. It's one of the stronger sectors in terms of protections from a cyber front that we see out there. So it's been ongoing for several months. Obviously, when there are moments like this where we continue to watch and look for what the potential is, we continue to engage closely with a range of industries about what they need to do, about the potential threats, and that's something that happens obviously privately and through a range of agencies. I can see if there's anything more specific that we can read out to all of you.
Just real quick, one follow-up. President Biden said that the U.S. is prepared if an attack comes there. Would pardon me, he said prepared to respond. Would that response be
A cyber attack.
a cyber
Yes.
attack? Yes. Would that be an equivalent cyber attack against?
Yeah, that's one good news for Americans that we can report is that the stock market is bounced back, as well as our crypto.
As we like to say, in more
Crypto's gone up, took a big loss overnight, and needs to go up a little more to recover from the loss it was taking, but it's positive. Little troubling with Ethereum though. That's starting to go down from as much as it. There we go. So Ethereum's down -73. So Ethereum's starting to go down. It looks like Bitcoin's starting to slide a little bit here. That might happen though. There's already been reports of Kiev being under risk of airstrike at 7 p.m. here. We got warning on Twitter. Well, that was good news for a second, but it looks like they're starting to. The change is. It's changed, but it's starting to go back down.
That looks like are the specifics. I'm just not in a position to get into more details at this point.
If the worst happens and Russia either reduces the flow of natural gas or cuts off energy altogether,
Ethereum, it's 2,000. I'm buying.
does the administration have a good idea for how long households in Europe could last under that circumstance?
I don't have an assessment of that from here. I can.
It's already
certainly
2 a.m.
check with our
where you're at?
economic team. One thing
There's
I will say
warning
that one
of
the steps
airstrikes
we've
in
been
Kiev
taking,
around,
obviously,
would it be
natural
7
gas
p.m.
shortages
our
and supply
time?
It is an
But
enormous
it's 3
regional
a.m.
issue, one that
Yeah,
will
3
continue
a.m. their
to Europe
time.
More than here, of course. One of the
So
steps
we gotta
we've
be
been
up for
focused
that.
on and been taking is engaging with partners who have who may
Warning
have
of
excess,
airstrikes in Kiev.
excess LNG supply, like countries in Europe, Japan, for example, where we're planning to give them some, and now they're going to divert it to Europe. So we've been working to help mitigate any impact of a further invasion and a shortage in Europe. Go ahead.
Some of the activity that we've seen today in Ukraine, some of the clashes have been in and around Chernobyl. Does the United States have an assessment of the risk of a radioactive
That's what we're
release?
watching.
So I do have one actual update on that as well. There's also been there was also a report out. So let me speak to this first, just so I don't forget, about hostages around there as well. So let me speak to that first. We are outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facilities hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and greatly concerning. We condemn it and we request their release. In terms of a further assessment, I don't have anything more on that.
In terms of the Chernobyl,
I'll read out of how
they have the
spent
Chernobyl workers held
24
hostage.
hours or so. First, I wanted to ask about his call with President Zelensky. Did he indicate if he was still in Kyiv? Did he identify his location at this point?
We are aware of where he is located, and we are in touch with him.
I
would say on that call, what they discussed is President Zelensky's request for the president to be to condemn the actions of President Putin and the Russians, and to engage with other global leaders about it, and that's exactly what he's done.
A number of statements today from former presidents.
That's the president.
Obama,
That's President
Bush,
Zelensky.
also saw former President Trump on television.
You think you would see an American
you
president
mentioned
in the
during
trenches like
Afghanistan
this?
drawdown, out, he had been in contact with his predecessors. Has he been in touch with any of his predecessors?
What are you doing, OZ? You stirring up
He
the
has not
chat?
been today.
And then in terms
What are you
of
doing?
another domestic priority that was potentially included in his meetings today, given the situation, his time and focus and attention on the Supreme Court, on Ukraine, will this affect the timing of his Supreme Court announcement?
We are still on track to make an announcement before the end of the month. We have to do a lot of things around here at the same time. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the cyber attacks and Article 5 question, I know you said that it's up to NATO to decide, but from a U.S. perspective, would any cyber attack against a NATO ally trigger Article 5, or would there be a measure for what counts?
Again, this is a conversation we would have with our NATO allies and partners. I don't have anything in addition to add to it.
Just to follow up on the Supreme Court, I know you said you're on track, but has he made a final decision given there are basically 2 days left? For the end of the month.
Not a final, and no job offer has been made. Go ahead.
Thanks, just a couple. Are there any concerns or indications at this point that Russia had prepared for the sanctions that you're putting in place and kind of developed preemptively ways to blunt that impact?
Well, it's an interesting question, and some of it is hard because it's hard to get into the minds of President Putin and the oligarchs around him. One of the steps we tried to take is to, as we were contemplating
ahead of time,
the
trigger warning. Okay, I can't filter it fast enough, and we can't play videos like that. But just ahead of time, just trigger warning. There's this war footage and whatnot. I can't sit there and have it on the screen, but if it does come across the screen, I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time.
Of how they do business, it would be a difficult thing for them to plan and plot against. And if you look to just even the anticipation of the potential sanctions, as Dilip was mentioning, the ruble is the worst performing currency
apparently
in the
you can
world
like post it on. Apparently you can post it on Twitter. Apparently you can post it on Twitter, but you can't retweet or you can't put it on the live.
Even before today, and that's even before the actual squeeze on the financial sector in the country. So it feels to me it would be a little hard to plan around and plot around, given the significance of what was done today and the fact that when we sanctioning 10 of Russia's financial institutions and these export control measures, which essentially cuts President Putin off from semiconductors and access to a range of technology he wants for the future. Those are difficult things to plan ahead for.
I guess secondly, does the administration have any assessment for how China is reacting to this at this point? Whether they are willing to provide support to Russia, how much, and has there been any kind of contact there to kind of attempt to move them off of any support?
Well, in terms of what impact they can have, China only accounts for about 15% of China and Russia. I'm not sure. You can double check me on this. About 15% of the global economy. If you look at G7 partners in the U.S. and Europe, it's about 50%, right? So they cannot cover what the impact of the sanctions that have been announced in coordination with Europe how they would impact Russia. I think from our perspective as it relates to China, well, I can't get into the heads of what their thinking is. This is a moment for China, for any country, to think about what side of history they want to stand on here. And that is certainly the case that we would make publicly and privately. I think you saw that Secretary Blinken spoke with his counterpart just a couple of days ago. The president's certainly open to speaking with his counterpart, but I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time or a timeline. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Over the past couple of weeks, as you've been sounding the alarm on this, you've put the sanctions package together, conducted diplomacy with the Russians and the rest of the world. How did the Ukrainian government use that time, since they've been initially warned that this was a likelihood? Did they use that time wisely to prepare?
Tell me more about what you mean exactly.
Well, you're seeing reports from the streets in Russia in Ukraine of people being surprised. You had obviously local and national leadership in Ukraine telling people to stay calm, to go to work, even the day before the invasion began. So were they properly prepared, and was there more that they could have done in the lead-up?
Look, I think it's not particularly constructive for us to give an assessment of that. What I can tell you is that our focus has been on providing up-to-date, what has turned out to be quite accurate and transparent information about what the President Putin was preparing to do, which was invade Ukraine. And we have been very clear with American citizens who are there. We have been clear with our European partners 4 months now, including Ukrainian leadership. So that has been what our focus has been. And we will remain a strong supporter and partner of President Zelensky in Ukraine moving forward. Go ahead.
Following up on the sanction question, we have heard for weeks that these sanctions were at least in part a part of a strategy that was based on deterrence as well as prevention. Today, with the president's comment that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening, moving forward, do you expect this slate of sanctions to prevent any further advancement or aggression from Russia?
Well, I would say that later in the back and forth or the press avail, he also said when asked if sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can? And he the threat
you guys hear the yelling in the background too?
And seeing the effect of sanctions are two different things. And the way we look at this, broadly speaking, and Dilip touched on this a little bit, is that we do see them as having a deterrent impact, right? It doesn't mean they're 100% foolproof. But if there's a 95% chance of Russia invading without the threat of sanctions, and there's I'm making up these percentages just to make a point, but and a 65% chance that they will with them, you're obviously going to go with the threat of sanctions because you want to reduce the threat of an invasion. So there is a deterrent, and we've seen the deterrent impact work at times, right? I'd also note that we are very clear-eyed about the fact that President Putin, not just a few days ago, I mean, he gave the speech a few days ago where he questioned the legitimacy of Ukraine as a sovereign country. He's also talked about how the breakup of the Soviet Union was the worst thing that's happened, that's a paraphrase, in recent, in decades of history. So we are clear-eyed about his ambition, but what the other part of it that we are quite focused on is the consequences. And the way we see it is, as we've touched on a little bit, inflation skyrocketing, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world. It was his decision to go to war. It's our choice to make him pay a price. Same with the global community. And we believe these consequences are also going to have an impact.
Just at the risk of repeating your question as well, I mean, the president did also say, let's check in a month, and there has been some questions about time here. It seems like this is a strategy to use these sanctions to put pressure on Russia to eventually discourage them to pull out, or to force them to pull out this advance. So what is the timetable here, you think, for when the Russian government will start actually feeling the impact of these sanctions and possibly pull out?
Well, in many senses, they're already feeling the impact. I mean, look at where the ruble is. Look at where inflation is. Look at where the markets are in Russia. In terms of how Putin will feel the impact, we just sanctioned a range of oligarchs around him. We sanctioned 10 financial institutions. These are all significant, enormous steps that are going to have an impact on him. But in terms of the moment by moment, I can't give you an assessment of that.
Off
Go ahead.
topic, just there's been a lot of questions about refugees in the region.
Yeah.
For Ukrainians that are in the country, is the U.S., especially after yesterday, considering TPS or any sort of protection?
Sure. As you know, that's a decision that would be made through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't have any prediction of that. I mean, I don't have any kind of prediction of that at this point in time. Obviously, these events are just unfolding as we speak.
That process hasn't started, that conversation?
I'm not going to give you any specifics on an internal process, but I would just say, again, it's an interagency process, and right now we're, of course, in the middle of an invasion and a war in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Earlier you had said you have to do a lot of things at the same time. One of those things, of course, is the State of the Union next week. Can you tell us how the president this week has been preparing for that, how much time he spent on this speech, and how he's juggling that with this very busy schedule that you laid out earlier tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to obviously being very closely engaged and leading the effort on the U.S. response to the Russian military invasion of Ukraine, the president has been working with speechwriters, working with members of his policy team to finalize details of his State of the Union, starting to do some read-throughs, not too many yet. I expect those will increase in the days ahead. I expect we won't have too much of a preview for you, maybe tomorrow, but maybe more likely this weekend. He's also been engaging with his COVID team, talking about where we are in the state of the pandemic, what's next in the pandemic. He's been working closely with his economic team on and receiving updates on the supply chain.
I thought I heard planes in the background.
So even as we have all been understandably focused on the conflict in Ukraine, the president has been very hard at work on a range of issues that are vital to the American people.
Touched on my follow-up. ABC is reporting that the White House is revamping the COVID strategy now that hospitalizations are on the decline. Should we expect the president to roll that out in the speech next Tuesday?
I don't have any preview for you on timeline or format, but the president has been working and engaged with his COVID team for some time now, and we're making strong progress on moving toward a time when COVID is no longer a crisis. The COVID team has been spending a lot of time and energy, including with the president, working with experts inside and outside government, local public health officials and governors, and this work is broader than one piece of guidance. How we look at it is we're preparing to stay ahead of the virus, protecting our most vulnerable, keeping our country open, and that is going to look at everything from the CDC's obviously reviewing mask guidance, but also how we're going to ensure that vaccines, boosters, tests, treatments, and other important components of our medicine cabinet are available to the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
I had a couple of questions.
Sure. And I'll go to you next. Go ahead.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. First, a follow-up about some of the humanitarian needs you've been talking about.
Sure.
You've talked about how much money and supplies are going to be going, but how are you going to ensure that those supplies get to the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is there going to be some sort of airdrop? And would the president consider putting U.S. boots on the ground for humanitarian needs to make sure they get to the people that need them?
Well, we do have, fortunately or unfortunately, a fair amount of experience on providing humanitarian assistance in conflict zones, and we typically work, and USAID specifically has a great deal of experience with that, working with trusted third-party entities, obviously the government, which remains in power. So there's a range of ways that we would provide assistance. In terms of other mechanisms, I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And then another question for you, and this has been happening while you've been up at the podium.
Okay.
So
That's right here.
I'm not trying to ambush you, but
Sure.
I wanted to give you a chance to respond. Senator Ted Cruz is speaking at CPAC, and you came up. He called you "quote unquote" peppermint patty and has encouraged people to boo you. So I wanted to.
Don't tell him I like peppermint patty. So I'm not going to take it too offensively.
What?
Senator Cruz, I like peppermint patty.
This is a question?
I'm a little tougher than that, but there you go. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so back to the president's comments earlier today. So he did say to give it a month to see if these sanctions work.
Garbage,
However,
dude.
you know, under
What-
Russia's
what-
current
who
assault,
reporter was
Ukraine
that?
clearly might not have a month or even weeks. So is it fair to say that he is conceding Ukraine to Putin?
There's nothing about the president's strategy or approach or leadership in the world, building a coalition of the majority of countries, in the Western world, to stand against the actions of President Putin, that suggests that he is ceding anything.
I hope they're doing well here. I really hope they're fighting strong. Looks like they got a few different infantry units down here
today that
going.
will maximize pain on Russia. Yes,
I'm hoping that this clash here, I hope they're holding this bridge and this bridgehead down. I'm hoping this Ukrainian unit's holding it down here. We don't have any updates yet on that.
There are, unfortunately, the Russian people are going to feel the pain of that. So I would say the president is going to continue, as he has for weeks now, to work in close lockstep with European partners to continue to press from the global community for de-escalation as it relates to the events in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. If President Zelensky is in danger of being killed or captured and put on some sort of a show trial, would President Biden send U.S. troops in on a rescue mission to get him out?
Again, we are in touch with President Zelensky, who is an important partner. We support him. He's the leader of Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, but I'm not going to get into security steps.
Okay. There's this talk about a possible forecast for financial pain, particularly at the gas pump for Americans. The president said today
As
the
if it
notion
doesn't
that this
already
is going to
exist.
last for a long time is highly unlikely. Would he try to ensure that by lifting some of the restrictions that he's put in place on the energy industry, or rethinking some projects like the Keystone Pipeline?
Well, first of all, the Keystone Pipeline is not flowing, so I'm not sure how that would solve anything. There's also plenty of oil leases that are not being tapped into by oil companies, so you should talk to them about that and why. But what the president's talking about is we certainly understand, and he said this today, right? May have been in response to your question, I don't remember. But if there's an invasion of another country by a big country, there's going to be impacts on the markets, right? And we certainly anticipated that, and we anticipate that as it relates to the global oil market as well. So that's why the president, for weeks now, has been engaging with a range of big global suppliers, some in the Middle East, others, to see what we can do to ensure there's supply out there in the market to reduce the impact on the American people.
And the U.S. is one of the Russian oil industry's best customers, hundreds of thousands of barrels per day. Would the president ever consider ordering U.S. companies to stop importing
Cut them
Russian
off,
oil?
like I said?
I don't have any prediction of that at this point, Peter.
No, of course
we
they wouldn't
announced
do
some
that.
significant sanctions today. Our objective is to ensure there is the greatest
Weird. The reporter
on
suggested.
Russia and not on the Russian people, but on President Putin, and to minimize the impact on the American people, including companies here in the United States. All right, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.
Of course. So basically, the sanctions that would make an actual
Soviet Union. So is this? Do you all think this is Act 1 in a multiple country invasion?
Well, I'm not going to make a prediction of that, but we certainly think he has grander ambitions in Ukraine.
That same point, does he believe that President Putin is going to absorb Ukraine into Russia? When he says that President Putin wants to reestablish the Soviet Union, is that what he's saying?
I think he believes that, as we all do, that President Putin has grander ambitions in Ukraine. Hence, the military campaign is continuing. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
So you're aware that he has grander ambitions than Ukraine. He is currently mobilized and has his units like bombing hard targets in Ukraine. They're advancing. They're at conflict right now. The city of Kiev is currently under risk of air attack at 3 a.m. from their intelligence. Yo, the sanctions that would count, like if they wanted to do sanctions that really would matter, it would be against the energy. The fact that they're not going after what Russia has to offer for their energy, and that they can't do that. They said that they will not. They won't. That one dude was specifically saying they will not. The sanctions will not affect the energy deals that they have with Russia. I'm interested to see what the NATO conference is going to be like tomorrow and what they say about that, the other world leaders, and how far the other world leaders are willing to go. Because clearly the United States is only just going to put sanctions that won't go into effect for a month when all of Ukraine is already taken over. So I don't support military intervention from the United States at all, or sending our own troops. But I do support an effective measure, such as cutting Russia the hell off. Like everyone, all the countries at the we'll see how this NATO conference goes in the morning, tomorrow morning. This is live in Kharkiv. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Here's like a 4-panel look. We're not seeing those fires that we saw earlier. Let's check the map. Let's check the live interactive map. Where's everybody tuning in from? What city, what state you guys watching from? We got the map up. Some more of the bombing locations have been taken away off the map now. I'm glad that it gets updated and it just doesn't leave information on there. We got New York tuned in. Welcome. Ukraine's doing well in this area. Shell hit. This is. Oh, what was that? UK to ban airloft aircraft from landing in UK. Aeroflot. Is that Russia aircraft, I'm guessing? Aeroflot. No, what is it? Oh, that's definitely... UK has banned all flights by Russia flag carrier Aeroflot. Have we banned flights from Russia as the United States? Dude, like I'm telling you, it looks like the UK is going to take the lead in this one again. Eerily similar. Boris Johnson was very strong in his you guys hear Boris Johnson yet? In his address to Parliament, he's like, I will be leading we're like not letting this shit happen. So I'm interested to see tomorrow what his exact, because he's going to be leading it. I'm interested to see what he's going to have to say and do. So let's listen. So this was from earlier today.
Broad consensus in this House for many years, and the government are simply not acting
acting on it. We all want to see a movement to meaningful negotiations leading to a settlement on a two-state solution. The government prevaricating on not recognising the state of Palestine is hindering that process, in my opinion, and we need no more warm words, we need action.
Have it, the ayes have it.
All right, here he's next.
Before we come to the Prime Minister's statement on the Ukraine, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. I now call the Prime Minister to make a statement. Prime Minister Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just come from a meeting of G7 leaders joined by Secretary General Stoltenberg of Nato. And with permission, I'll update the House on our response to President Putin's onslaught against a free and sovereign European nation. Shortly after 4 o'clock this morning, I spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine as the first missiles struck his beautiful and innocent country and its brave people, and I assured him of the unwavering support of the United Kingdom. And I can tell the House that at this stage, Ukrainians are offering a fierce defence of their families and their country. And I know that every honourable member will share my admiration for their resolve. Earlier today, President Putin delivered another televised address and offered the absurd pretext that he sought the demilitarisation and denazification of Ukraine. In fact, he is hurling the might of his military machine against a free and peaceful neighbour in breach of his own explicit pledge and every principle of civilized behaviour between states, spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did.
Literally.
Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. I am proud that Britain did everything within our power to help Ukraine prepare for this onslaught, and we will do our utmost to offer more help as our brave friends defend their homeland. Our embassy took the precaution on 18th of February of relocating from Kiev to the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, where our ambassador Melinda Simmons continues to work with the Ukrainian authorities and to support British nationals. Now we have a clear mission, diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily. This hideous and barbarous venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure.
Eventually military, so.
At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas that has served to empower Putin for too long. So I welcomed, again, Chancellor Scholz's excellent decision to halt the certification of Nord Stream 2.
Am I the only one that feels that the UK and the United States are on two different pages with this right now? Well, I am gonna be bright up and wide awake to stream that NATO conference. It sounds he just said 3 specific things, and the military action was one of them for the UK. Again, I do not want the United States involved in this at all. But when you look at the United States' response, and it's like we're going to hit them with sanctions that really aren't going to really touch their energy or their oil industry, and then you hear the UK and Boris Johnson saying we want to make Europe free from the dependence on Russia's oil and energy. It's like 2 different messages right now. And he's saying that like he wants that to happen, but military action is part of that, making that happen. And for Europe, that'd be huge. And if the United States can get on board with that, they could make it work. But the United States' message already has been, we're not going to do that. We're only putting sanctions on the banks and the billionaires right now. We're not putting any sanctions on meaningful sanctions. Again, When I'm saying I'm disappointed in the message, it's because they need to cut Russia off. And it sounds like the United Kingdom and Parliament is going to bring that to the table tomorrow. It really does. It's exactly what Boris Johnson, it sounds like he's saying. We'll see if his action is going to be behind his words here. We'll see what that's about. We'll see if, like, in the action tomorrow, he's talking on the same note as Biden and the United States about just putting sanctions on the banks and whatever. Clearly, Putin doesn't care about money right now. The money is not hurting him.
Mr. Speaker, countries that together comprise about half the world economy are now engaged in maximising pressure, economic pressure, on one that makes up a mere 2%. For our part today, the UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB.
I'm feeling
More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK. And with around half of Russia's trade currently in US dollars and sterling, I'm pleased to tell the House that the United States is taking similar measures. These powers will also enable us to ban Russian state and private companies from raising funds in the UK, banning dealing with their securities and making loans to them. We will limit the amount of money that Russian nationals will be able to deposit in their UK bank accounts, and sanctions will also be applied to Belarus for its role in the assault on Ukraine. Overall, we'll be imposing asset freezes on more than 100 new entities and individuals, on top of the hundreds that we've already announced. This includes all the major manufacturers that support Putin's war machine. Furthermore, we are also banning Aeroflot from the UK. Next, on top of these financial measures and in full concert with the United States and the EU, we will introduce new trade restrictions and stringent export controls similar to those that they in the US are implementing. We will bring forward new legislation to ban the export of all dual-use items to Russia, including a range of high-end and critical technological equipment and components in sectors including electronics, telecommunications, and aerospace. Legislation to implement this will be laid early next week. These trade sanctions will constrain Russia's military, industrial, and technological capabilities for years to come. We're bringing forward measures on unexplained wealth orders from the Economic Crime Bill to be introduced before the House rises for Easter. And we will set out further detail before Easter on the range of policies to be included in the full bill in the next session, including on reforms to Companies House and a register of overseas property ownership. We will set up a new dedicated kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency to target sanctions evasion and corrupt Russian assets hidden in the UK, and that means oligarchs in London will have nowhere to hide. And Mr. Speaker, I know that this House will have great interest in the potential of cutting Russia out from SWIFT. And I can confirm, as I've always said, that nothing is off the table.
So there it is.
But for all these measures to be successful, it is vital that we have the unity of our partners, the unity in the G7 and other fora. And, Mr. Speaker, Russian investors are already delivering their verdict on the wisdom of Putin's actions. And so far today, Russian stocks are down by as much as 45%, wiping $250 billion from their value in the biggest one-day decline on record. Sberbank, Russia's biggest lender, is down by as much as 45%, and Gazprom down by as much as 39%, while the ruble has plummeted to record lows against the dollar. We will continue on a remorseless mission to squeeze Russia from the global economy piece by piece, day by day, and week by week. And we will, of course, use Britain's position in every international forum to condemn the onslaught against Ukraine, and we will counter the Kremlin's blizzard of lies and disinformation by telling the truth about Putin's war of choice and his war of aggression. And we will work with our allies on the urgent need to protect other European countries that are not members of NATO and who could become targets of Putin's playbook of subversion and aggression. And we will resist any creeping temptation to accept what Putin is doing today as a fait accompli. There can be no creeping normalization, not now, not in the months to come, not in the years ahead. We must strengthen NATO's defences still further. And so today I called for a meeting of NATO leaders, which will take place tomorrow, and I will be convening the countries that contribute to the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members. Last Saturday, I warned that this invasion would have global economic consequences, and this morning the oil price has risen strongly. The government will do everything possible to safeguard our own people from the repercussions for the cost of living. And of course, we stand ready to protect our country from any threats, including in cyberspace. Above all, the House will realise the hard and heavy truth that we now live in a continent where an expansionist power, deploying one of the world's most formidable military machines, is trying to redraw the map of Europe in blood and conquer an independent state by force of arms. And it's vital for the safety of every nation that Putin's squalid venture should ultimately fail and be seen to fail. However long it takes, that will be the steadfast and unflinching goal of the United Kingdom. I hope of every member of this House and every one of our great allies, certain that together we have the power and the will to defend the cause of peace and justice as we have always done. And I say to the people of Russia, again, whose president has just authorized an onslaught against a fellow Slavic people, I cannot believe that this horror is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status that these actions will bring to the Putin regime. And to our Ukrainian friends, in this moment of agony, I say that we are with you and we are on your side. Your right to choose your own destiny is a right that the United Kingdom and our allies will always defend. And in that spirit, I join you in saying Slava Ukraini, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Much stronger speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this dark hour, our thoughts, our solidarity,
so that's Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So the only thing in there that sounded like they groaned about was, and this just might be his personality, I don't really know what he's got going on. It sounded like he interjected something he wanted personally for his own thing in there, like a little bit. There was just one moment in there where then they kind of groaned, but then he quickly switched it back to, you know, the matter at hand. So that was the only thing I saw in there. But then when he got back on track, like he's got the one thing with the SWIFT, that's the energy, and he said nothing is off the table. Let's go back to that really quick. Where did he bring that?
Rises for Easter, and we will set out further detail before Easter on the range of policies to be included in the full bill in the next session, including on reforms to Companies House and a register of overseas property ownership. We will set up a new dedicated kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency to target sanctions evasion and corrupt Russian assets hidden in the UK, and that means oligarchs in London will have nowhere to hide. And Mr. Speaker,
strong messages.
I know that this House will have great interest in the potential of cutting Russia out from SWIFT.
Right there. And they want to cut Russia. That's what everyone in my chats is asking. Like, that's what I'm saying. Cut them off. And the United States is not going to do that. They just said that today. They said nothing is... The United States said nothing is off the table, but, like, we're not messing with the energy. So, like, that's off the table, but really nothing's off the table. Mixed messaging. Mixed messaging.
And I can confirm, as I've always said, that nothing is off the table. But for all these measures to be successful, it is vital that we have the unity of our partners, the unity in the G7 and other fora.
Yes, they have to have it. They would have to have the United States on board, and unfortunately, it sounds like we are not on board. That's what they would have to, all of the G7 leaders would have to be on board with that, and it's not going to work unless they are, and the United States is already not. You've already heard it. They're not down to mess with the energy money.
And, Mr. Speaker, Russian investors are already delivering their verdict.
All right, you heard that. All right, let's check the map. We can listen to Trudeau. Trudeau made a speech too earlier. If you missed that. It's getting real dark here. Like the lights, I don't know if I can't. Let me see if I can increase the quality. This is the one camera. We saw the bombings in the background, and this is what it was like about an hour ago. There was plenty of lights, and I don't know if they've cut the lights or lost power in this little area or what. It's gotten a lot darker. This is in the Kharkiv, right? I was saying Kharkiv, but it's Kharkiv, right? The Kharkiv, city of Kharkiv. That's this one. So this camera is right here. I wanted to pull it up so you guys, and I wanted to try to make an account so I can get the satellite version of this, because that would be cool. But this is what this city is right here, and the latest in here was about 3 hours ago. People in Ukraine's Kharkiv sleeping in the subway. So videos were coming out earlier on the stream in the subway. They ordered all lights off in Kharkiv. How you doing, Lynn? Oh man, is it pitched? I hope they have generators running for the people down there. I really hope it's not dark down there. So this is in the subway under that city. Kiev is the Ukrainian. No, that's over here. People do that here in New York, and we're not at war. Okay, they'll be shutting the lights off. Okay, Jennifer. Yeah, okay, so Jennifer says you were watching a reporting earlier that Ukraine government asked the people to please turn off lights, same to make targeting more difficult. Where you guys tuning in from? Comment what city, what state. We've been watching this since about an hour after it began. Comment thoughts in the chat. There is a worry about an hour and 10 minutes of a possible airstrike or air raids in Kiev. Kharkov. The K is silent. It's Kharkov. The Kharkov, city of Kharkov. In the bottom left, behind me. Top right is Kiev. The square. So the Kiev is the one that's at risk of air raids. We got Brooklyn Park tuned in. Sonoma, California. Philadelphia's tuned in. Let's go back to that map. The map is like, it's taking a while to load. Explosions now heard in the distance. What's up here? Ukrainian police detained a man they allege is a Russian operative in the Hostomel area where a Russian helicopter was shot down. He said he's Ukrainian but gave a squirrely answer to where he lives. They found target collection data on him. Wow. Right here. This is the reporting right here. You guys see it on the screen? So the news is on the right side. I moved my camera, so I'm on the left. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m., heading to shelter. Source. Reporter on the ground. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m. So that is our source from that information, and obviously we will find out if that's true because we have the live feed of Kiev now. Of the square. We got Two Harbors, Minnesota tuned in. Southwest Ohio, Cheyenne, Wyoming's tuned in. We got Detroit, La Crosse, Wisconsin's tuned in. We got Toledo, Ohio tuned in. I might take like an hour break and then come back before the 7 p.m. Warning. I don't know though. That's kind of sus because that probably isn't. That could be the airstrike warning could be accurate, but the timing, I don't know. It could be off with that. It looks like the whole city is just completely. There's no cars driving in it. Look at the camera. We were watching it earlier today. Oh, I wonder if we can pull up the feed. So it's just completely empty. We can see the city earlier today. We were watching this in my first stream of part 1. It could happen before 7, or it could happen in stand 2. Anybody know what time stand 2 is? South Carolina, Oakland, California. Don't go? Okay, fine. I'll leave the feed up. It would only be so that way we can get a fresh notification, and this is nearly a 6-hour stream already. That's a lot of time to rewatch. It's like multiple episodes on Netflix of watch time. So we're just going through a time lapse. This isn't live right now behind me. I'll show you the live, but I'm showing you earlier in the day. It was busy. Like there was people walking. We tuned into a feed of what's his. I keep forgetting. Is it Freddie or Fredo or what was his name that we were tuned into? A Ukrainian. He's got a big YouTube channel, and he was live on the ground. And we found him. We found him from his feed, and we were watching him from this camera on the ground. We got Illinois tuned in. Hot the sky's out. I'm dead. I said that in my last stream when I was dead tired. So as you can see earlier in the day, it wasn't like this like it is now. Even as the night fell, you guys can see the lights are on. And this was like 6 hours. This was a while ago now. This is 6 hours ago. And as the night went on, it looks like just less and less lights. Less and less lights. It's getting darker and darker. There's advances. Look at how much darker it is now. There's one car in the street, and then now let's go to the live feed. There are some cars driving through on that main road, but there's the lights. So they got like intentional dark lights on there. They're like red. Johnny FD, thank you so much, Tara. It was Johnny FD. We can here, I'll show this. We can go and look at some of his footage from the ground. I hope he got out, dude. I really did. He was like in the square. Yeah. He hasn't updated since. Has he done a live on anywhere else? Does he have? He has a huge.
You
YouTube
care
channel.
for.
I would assume he has other platforms if he has 190,000 subs on his YouTube channel.
Today is the day.
So he was out there just walking around earlier. We tuned into his channel and he was walking around.
People were worried that, and the thing is, there are still millions of Ukrainians who are just living here, and you can't tell all of them to leave. Right? A lot of people have nowhere to go. They don't have the money to leave.
It was just surreal, like watching it happen in real time and watching.
So as long as
watching the map earlier in the day of Ukraine getting invaded and just seeing it happen, and then and like regular life happening in Kiev.
I'm gonna stay. All right.
You may not be in an area with power.
At the end of the day, whose fault is it that's happening? It's Russia's fault, right? Like, nobody wanted this. Like, it's so funny that people think that I'm defending Russia. I'm not. Like, I don't want fucking Russia to do this. Like, if Putin, if you're watching this, stop. Like, stop doing this. We don't want you doing this. Our tools in our defense. So what is left?
I just asking, the British airport is shut down?
Yeah, the airport is shut because they didn't bomb the airport, but they bombed the military airport that's next to it, and they're afraid to have flights go over. Yeah.
Because I have flight tomorrow.
You have a flight tomorrow. I'm afraid that's going to be canceled. Yeah. Not yet. It's going to be a while for them to have the notification, but.
Yes, I was thinking to go to Polish by car.
So you can go to Poland, but right now I have friends who are going there now, and there's so many cars. It's like traffic is insane. Yeah.
And then we were watching that earlier too. And the traffic jams. Here, let's look at that quick. So this is old clips. Train traffic jams.
I'm Todd Pyro. We are following.
Skirt. Where is the feed we're watching? Yep. This was happening earlier. It looked like we were watching this for an hour or two in the last stream. The evacuation was just here. I was just trying to show that. Nope. This went on for a good amount of time, and it's still going. They said it takes, what, 4 hours right now? It's taking people 4 hours. Even being right outside the gate of Poland, or the exit. Wow. Let's check. Dude, it's getting darker and darker. I wonder if eventually this feed is just going to be pitch dark. And the rest of are they going to shut the rest of the city's lights off? Any new live updates? Good idea. Let's check the map. The one thing we do have is at least we have 3 feeds of the city, all right, or the cities, and we have a feed of all 4 of them. So if anything happens live, without it being reported, at least we'll hear it, and then I can pull up the feed. But let's check and see if there's any reports. Nope. German TV. You guys getting any new updates that have the app or tuned into the live UA map? The last update I have is the German energy minister. It says Gazprom has worked towards the current movement by systematically holding back gas deliveries to Europe and emptying its reserves in Germany. What does that have to do with? Nope, I think that's the latest. Yep, 5:52. So it's just watching. Oh, we got something here. Thank you. Yes, please send the links here for those who would like to know. Like to follow me, follow the news, and then I'll have to look into some of these. Yeah, because I mean, all I've been doing is copy pasting the Ukrainian written journalism and putting it into Google Translate.
Yeah, good luck.
Because I'm not pulling up CNN and Fox News. We're not doing
Take
that.
care.
That'd be like watching like a third-hand
conversations. A lot of people were scared, right? You see it in his face. He's scared. Like, I'm just fortunate that I'm not.
Nothing new on the map. Anything new for you guys?
That's warm.
Let me check my app.
I do.
Okay, of course. Of course, recruiting commercials. Perfect timing. Yep, that's how they get you. Damn recruiters. How they get you.
Like, yeah.
Probably watching this feed right now.
Never
yep.
People.
Click. We'll insert that little recruitment ad right now. Perfect timing.
Just kind of like good luck, Vublaska. Vublaska. It sucks.
What do we got?
I really.
Some TikTokers live.
I feel so bad for.
Dude. TikTok is just
I don't know what else
so
to do,
sus.
guys. Like, I can't.
Well, try it.
I know. Some
All right, so we'll pause his walking around. That was earlier. I hope he got out. Because I don't want to have to deal with. Fuck. Make your day. Yeah, right. Or take your day. Take your whole day. No, see, I don't know how to search Ukraine. It's just gonna be all garbage right here. Just complete garbage. Can you send links? Hey, send links to the mod team and then have them send me individual lives for these TikTok lives, and then I'll just pull that up. Searching for TikToks is just not. TikTok lives have been found to be mostly fake Russians trolling for gifs. Oh God, I don't blame it. I believe it. That's what TikTok is basically. I can't do it long. Or doing that little where you just have your followers on the screen and then it's nothing but a follower count, and then you hit the follower button and then you get I don't know, it's so dumb. Just any live tweets, that's what we're checking now. But if there's any credible live feeds on TikTok, just send me them individually, please. Searching is not good. Soccer player? Is this a Ukrainian soccer player? Alright, let's see what's the latest. Ukraine's president says 137 people died in the first day of conflict, and his country has been left alone to fight against Russia. Dude. Just a thought. Why doesn't NATO unanimously vote to make Ukraine a member of NATO right now? That's a good point. That's a very good point. That'd be another swift move to do. I didn't even think of that. So not only cut Russia off of the energy, NATO, add Ukraine to NATO. You never looked at TikTok? I never have either, but apparently there's live feeds there. I never have. I don't want to go there to find news articles or people giving commentary. I want to find a feed that maybe somebody's walking around or something, and we can see what's going on the ground. Refresh this. Oh, okay. That's the legitimate account. She's not live. Okay. Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. says that hospitals and the sealed Chernobyl nuclear disaster site were among the areas hit by Russian forces. Let's listen to this. New York Times, Post, Reddit.
Is fighting simultaneous attacks from the east, south, north, and from the air. The Russian armed forces began to bomb the infrastructure on the territory of Ukraine, our airports, warehouses, facilities, and also civilian infrastructure. They also attacked some of the hospitals. That was just the information that was out from the Ministry of Health. And they also made an attempt to seize the Chernobyl nuclear power station.
Oh yeah, I know.
And the fight is going right there.
Sorry, excuse me. Yes, Johnny. Yes, we were watching Johnny earlier. He's definitely one of the people that I'm looking for live feeds or information. There's a few that I know already, but I'm willing to learn more. But I'm not looking for like, you know what I mean? I'm not looking for like people that make dance videos or anything like that. We're looking for
there with Ukrainian National Guard protecting the Chernobyl station from the attack. So for the first time since Chernobyl nuclear disaster, after which Ukraine has been protected together with our European and American friends and allies, all the world from another nuclear disaster, we have to defend it again from the Russian forces. As of this morning...
Has anybody seen the Chernobyl show on HBO? Did anybody tune into that? If you haven't, number one, definitely check that out when you can, if you have a moment. I know there's a lot of shows out right now. But number two, like just the thought of there has to be multiple countries' workers there because they were still restoring the reactor. They've been building a structure to go over it. They slide it over the top of it, and it's to keep from the deposit from the radiation from getting out for a significant amount of time, and they're still building that. So I wonder if those workers and everything are like dude, like Russia is. Did you guys see it yet? If you haven't, like they are in the Chernobyl, like they're in there. And of course, I'm sure we might have some people that were old enough that lived through this in the first time in Chernobyl. But those are earlier. There's there's Russian tanks in there. Wonder, is that the reactor back there? But they have they have like the some of the workers hostage in there for up to 100 years. That's what I thought, Elena. Yeah, 100 years. I've been following that project too because I thought it was so cool how they built that platform. Like I've always been fascinated with Chernobyl, from the horror movies and to like the TV show that came out, and like Call of Duty 4 had the map on. I mean, as a kid, that was a huge game when I was a child. Call of Duty 4 came out, Modern Warfare, and that map was on Chernobyl, the sniper mission. So like that area, for whatever reason, has always piqued my interest, and just to see it like that, it just kind of bugs me for some reason. Never been there before, but I just have like an emotional attachment to that place. Like, seeing it like that is like the reality for me. Like, yes, Russia is full on invading. You were alive when that happened, Lauren? So this is the map. Again, nothing new. Nothing new for news. Here's a picture of this was 2 hours ago now, so I don't know what it looks like updated. But as of 2 hours ago, they have at least a 10-kilometer long. I don't see this changing though within 2 hours. But at least 2 hours ago, there was a 10-kilometer long traffic jam at Krakovec border, crossing into Poland. All refugees clamoring to get away from the Russian invasion army. Wow. Gilly in the Mist, that was the name of the mission, yeah. Well, we have warning of destroyed Russian column near. Is this? Can I show? I don't think I can show this one. There, hold on. I think I need to check this quick. One of the images is I've already kind of seen. I already seen one of them, and I can't show it. I gotta check this quick. Let me check this and see if I can show it on the stream. I would if they wouldn't take me down. I would just put a content label on myself and be like, this is adults only. Most of my audience is for adults anyways. We don't have anybody that under 18 that watches. I've checked. I've checked the algorithms. Nobody. Let me see if I can play this quick. A lot of war footage coming out today, and I can't obviously show all of it to the mainstream platforms.
Это Армянск. Да.
It can exist on Twitter though, just fine.
Там Красноперекопск. Туда дальше село Перекоп. Ну вот техника ездит туда-сюда. Ну они ж армейцы.
All right, this is fine. This is fine. There was an earlier picture that from this conflict that they had that I can't show. All right, this is good. This is like war footage that's like happening in real time. Could you imagine going back in time to invasion of when we went into Iraq and whatnot, and seeing that happen as it happened faster than the couple reporters that were out there with Third ID? This is like happening in damn near real time.
Это Армянск. Да, это Армянск, город Армянск. Там Красноперекопск. Туда дальше село Перекоп. Ну вот техника ездит туда-сюда. Ну они ж армейцы.
До границы тут 8 километров.
Yeah, we're good there. Here's some images. They're getting the photos uploaded fast. Destroyed Russian MTLB and Tor air defense systems in the outskirts of Crimea. The outskirts of Crimea. This is Crimea, correct? This is Crimea right here. This part. Make sure I'm correct with this. This little piece. This is Crimea, right? Scrolling up. Well, we get people to verify that for me. Let's see if there's any latest news. Nothing new. Nothing new. Correct. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, thank you. Yes, alright. Alright. Let's see. Type of Ukraine in. Wow. Dude, look at this. An 80-year-old showed up to join the Ukrainian army, carrying with him a small case with 2 t-shirts, a pair of extra pants, a toothbrush, and a few sandwiches for lunch. He said he was doing it for his grandkids. Are you kidding me? Wow. That's at 5 a.m. I will have to cut before that. Crimea. Thank you, Nathan. Crimea. No, I'm going to definitely take a break before the Nato. Before that, because that's going to be some runtime. But we're waiting for... I'm going to definitely stream at least until the airstrike warnings. I stream through that. Anything new? Lithuania president says Ukraine needs EU help. Tomorrow might be too late. Lithuanian president, what are they doing? What's Lithuania doing? Lithuanian president Glatan, man. Nazeta said on Thursday the European Union should slap the harshest possible sanctions on Russia and give Ukraine a much more visible and transparent road to membership. What was that? You guys hear that? I have audio on full max for the city cams. Maybe I just am tripping. Listening to too much camera audio. Where'd that news article go now? Uh-oh. There it is. Arriving to an emergency meeting of the EU leaders after Russia invaded Ukraine from the air, sea, and land early in the day, Nazeta said this is an absolutely inappropriate act of aggression. Unfortunately, we were not successful enough, not decisive enough to prevent Russia from this step. So, like, the hacking group Anonymous has announced that it is entering a cyber battle with the Russian government. The Anonymous Collective is officially in cyber war against the Russian government. Let's check the cyber threat map. Oh. Definitely saw a couple pings immediately there at Russia. You can check the live cyber attack map and see how those are going. Let's check the Ukraine map update. So Anonymous is join the internet war. Rumors from the Ukraine, down 6 Russian jets. God, what is this? Okay, rumors are tough to deal with right now. Yeah, this one's that's tough right there. 24-year-old engineer from Lviv who crossed into Poland says the situation in his country is hard to process and he feared for the safety of his friends and family after Russia invaded Ukraine. Let's listen. Yeah, the cyber attack map. It is.
Right now, it's hard for me to I feel sad. Sometimes I do have these breakdowns because it's hard to process now. It's like we know that it was going to happen. We didn't know that it was going to happen, this scenario and exactly this day. And so it's hard for me to understand what is going on. It's not crisis, it's war.
Yeah,
it's,
the alarms.
It's disgusting. And it feels like, so my family stays in Lviv and I feel like I don't know when I will see them. You know, I don't know if any of them will die or my friends will die or anything like that. Like if there will be a bombing of civilian buildings or not. Like, do they close the borders? Just unknown. That's what scares me the most.
How terrifying, dude. How terrifying to be in that situation.
From Beirut to Berlin.
So this is Reuters. They're doing a very good job, at least with the videos on Twitter. Global protests sparked to denounce the invasion of Ukraine. So this has been throughout the day today.
To New York City, protesters came out in droves to express condemnation of Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine, the biggest attack on a European state since World War II. Stop the war, stop bombing Ukraine, stop Putin, were the messages coming from demonstrators in Beirut on Thursday. One Lebanese Ukrainian said he came out in solidarity with what he called his brothers and sisters in Ukraine.
Today we are next to the Russian embassy. I don't know if we can still call it Russia because it's a dictatorship country. It's the renewal of Nazism in Europe.
In Madrid, a protester outside the Russian embassy held a sign showing Putin with a bloody handprint on his face. Spanish actor Javier Bardem joined the demonstrators.
I'm here to demonstrate my condemnation of the Russian Federation's warlike actions against Ukraine. But above all, to the concern over the wave of refugees this could generate as a consequence of this invasion.
After Russian President Vladimir Putin on Thursday declared war in a televised address, explosions and gunfire were heard in Kyiv. Missiles rained down on Ukrainian targets, and authorities reported columns of troops pouring across Ukraine's borders. Several hundred pro-Ukrainian protesters also gathered near Downing Street in London, calling on their government to impose more sanctions on Russia.
Stop! Putin, stop the war!
Images showing Putin and deep red blood were also seen in Istanbul, where Ukrainians, some tearful, gathered in dismay. A Ukrainian protester named Maria pleaded with Russian citizens to take a stand against Putin.
Please, Russians, go outside. Declare that you are against this war.
Many Russians did just that.
Yep.
According to a protest monitoring group in Russia, police detained more than 1,600 people at anti-war rallies in 53 Russian cities.
We watched that this morning. We watched that was what the feed started with. We were live in Moscow watching that, and it was such an eerie thing to watch because it was just like so quiet. It was so quiet, and they were just walking into the crowd, grabbing people, arresting them, and I hope they're all right. 1,600 people arrested. A rally outside of San Francisco City Hall. This is outside of San Francisco now, so the West Coast. So that's a look at what's going on in San Francisco. Ukraine is handing out weapons to its citizens. I've never fired one. You just have to find a quiet place and figure out how it works. What? I mean, he's not wrong. But I hope they got some people that, like, what? This is like Red Dawn. Alright, let's check to see if there's any breaking news. See if there's any breaking news from Ukraine. Nothing new. 2 hours ago. The website's even loading pretty quickly, so that means a lot of people aren't on it right now. What time is it? 6:21. So in 40 minutes, they're under concern. Let's see, what's that report one more time? So, let me see. I wonder if this is still credible. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kiev at 3 a.m. And that's from a journalist on the ground. Let's see if he's tweeted since. Let's see if he's tweeted an update. Neil? A young couple sheltering in Kiev metro from expected Russian airstrike. Yeah, okay. Wow. Okay, it is happening. Or they are concerned. So there it is. Young couple sheltering in Kiev metro. So those people that are in the metro they're because of the airstrike that's inbound. The airstrike that's been reported that's supposed to happen at, it would be 7 p.m. Central Time, so that's a little under 40 minutes from now. So we'll be, when that comes on, this is Kiev right here. We'll just pull up this feed and watch and see if that happens. Oh, really? We can do. What else can we do? Details on all of the failed attempt to establish a forward air bridge near Kiev today. Ukrainian Spetsnaz Air Force destroyed the Russian paratroopers. Info on the Russian airborne operation against Antonov Air Base in Gostomel. It seems the Russian heliborne assault on Antonov Hostomel Airport, 15 kilometers northwest of Kiev, ended in complete catastrophe. Not only that, the VKS paid a hefty price Just to bring the airborne troops to their target, it lost 6 to 7 helicopters, including 2 confirmed Ka-52s, several of these Ukrainian MiG-29s. But then the expected para-jump didn't take place. Obviously, the Ukrainian air defenses are still up, and the Russians couldn't fly in the expected 8 to... So there's trash talk embedded in this, too. They're at war. The Russian VDV held out as long as supported by the Air Force this afternoon, but later on, the 4th Rapid Response Brigade of the Ukrainian National Guard counterattacked with support from the Ukrainian Air Force. The attached photo is Ukrainian Su-24M bombing the Russians there. What was left of the VDV was then finished by the 45th Ukrainian Spetsnaz Brigade. Few survivors scattered and run away into the nearby forests. Where's the picture attached? Is there no? We don't have that. Oh, here is this. Ukrainian jets flying low What is this? Flying low altitude provides support for Ukrainian troops during the counterattack. That's the other thing. You gotta find out if these photos are credible or not too. See, it's tough. These like still photos and camera phone photos are tough because they can be faked like easily. And that I don't know, but so allegedly, so we're gonna attach the allegedly label onto this one. This is a Ukrainian jet flying low altitude and provides support for Ukrainian troops during the counterattack on that, which did happen. The counterattack did happen, right? So that did. How long ago was that? We had watched that play out. We watched Russian launch a missile at it. Russia launched a missile, so we can pull that up, I suppose. Oh, that was some time ago now. Russian captured Chernobyl power plant. That was 7 hours ago, so that was before. Flashes in Sumy. Where the heck is it? Bear with me. Back out. Hostomel Airfield. Where's Hostomel? Maybe... Okay, maybe I went too far back. I think the Hostomel Airfield... No. That's not it either. I think I went too far. Sanctions. Incursion. Ukrainian border guards. Distance in Kiev. No, where did that... Was it... Oh, man. The Kremlin Putin discussed. No. Where is the news on that? Where did that go? I'm looking for the Hostomel Airport raid news. I might have to look it up on Twitter if it's not here anymore. Hostomel, there it is. Hostomel Airfield there. Now where is... There we go. Found it. The shell hit the... No. Is this gonna play now? No. The video that they had is gone now. We did find it though. Ukrainian troops shot down 3 helicopters of 34 used to attack in Hostomel Airport. Artillery used to target landed troops. So I don't know if that picture is credible to that. I'm looking for the video that we saw when they launched. I swear we watched it. It had the crater. When we watched the missile that landed at the... Was anybody live with us earlier? There was a missile apparently that journalists reported that hit a that hit a street sign, and we looked at that, and then we looked at a report of at the Hostomel airfield, it hit a crater. It hit near and actually showed a crater, and I said, okay, that looks like a missile attack. I don't think it's not going to let me pull it up now. Yes, the white sign, yeah. I can't find that article now. Let me see. Hostile. Let me see. Let's see if we can find it on Twitter. Okay, so here's the video of the Hostomel. Again, I don't know if that jet photo is.
Пролетіло. Не видно українського герба. Точно російські. Прямо над хатами. Прямо ось над хатами літають, падли. Полетіли в сторону аеропорта. Бомблять аеропорт. Чути, що йде бій. Вже штук 30 нарахував точно. Уже штук 20.
Those are the helicopters that some of those were shot down. That was 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago. That was so. The look right now outside, it's not daytime right now. We're waiting for this supposed air raid that's supposed to happen in a half hour, chat. There's the civilians are taking shelter in the subway, underground, and we're just really waiting on that next and see if that's going to happen. I do have to go. It's not letting me load them any further back. I'm losing track of time. Where are you guys tuning in from? How are you guys doing this afternoon? Or this evening, I should say. It's surrounded by glass. Yeah, of the street sign. Yeah, we watched that. We watched that clip, and then we watched a crater from the missile from the Hostomel airport. So there was a battle at that airfield. There's a battle at Sumy. They've had a few battles already, and then again, this city right here is under risk of airstrike, Russian airstrike at 7 p.m. Central Time. So that's in about a half hour. Winnipeg, California, or sorry, Winnipeg, Canada, sorry. Sorry. Winnipeg, Canada tuned in. Manchester, United Kingdom is tuned in. Welcome, welcome. We got Iowa, we got Eden Prairie, Minnesota tuned in. Now I'm hydrating. Yeah, I got my water. This is my water with my Mio in it. Yep, we got it up right now, Marie. This is the feed. This is the city's live feed. Scooter Caster on Twitter. That was confirmed by officials. Ukraine says men. Yep, we saw that. The Ukraine Defense Ministry, or whatever they're called, confirmed that men between 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave the country. And then we saw a picture of a gentleman that's 80 years old that is trying to enlist into the army, and he's doing it for his grandchildren. You can just type in Maidan Square, Maidan Square. I've probably been saying it wrong this whole time. In Kiev, in Ukraine. There's a couple different looking feeds. There's this one too. This one might be a little better. That one is really dark. This one's a little lighter. A little clearer. Anybody getting 2003 vibes? Man, lots of people on my feed I know have lived through some world events. I tell you what, man. Including me. John Penn is live in Ukraine? Why? This is a 420 friendly stream too, chat. Welcome to Mercado Media Productions. I'm sorry, it's kind of a somber vibe. I mean, I'm not going to be hype about war happening. I'm not excited about it. I'm not going to be raging excited like mainstream news does. I'm not excited. I'm not happy about this at all. No problem. No problem, Brandon. We cover a wide range of things and topics. Oftentimes I'm there myself. Like, I wish I could be there in Ukraine reporting on the ground. That's what I would prefer to do, but I'm going to do the best I can from here. The next reporting that I will be doing personally will be joining in the People's Convoy. If you guys are looking for People's Convoy streams, you can just watch me. I'll be driving along with it and talking to truckers and at the truck stops along their way to Washington, D.C. We'll be learning a little bit more about their protest and their mission and their goals. But it is happening. Last I heard, it was in Arizona. The Midwest one is next week. Been covering all types of protests for nearly 2 years now. Sounds like we're going to have some anti-war protests to get to, chat. Hey, got some stuff from your snowmobile trip. That's what I'm talking about. In Michigan? Oh, lucky. I was an 88 Mike truck driver in the Army, so I kind of got that much. I got a connection there. I drove all types of heavy equipment, line haul in other countries and other states, all over the United States. Good experience. There was a demonstration in at 5. Can you see the flashes from earlier? Okay. So this was in again, so there's 2 cities. Let me see, you got Kharkov, and that's super dark now. Let's check that. So this is Kharkov, and behind it in the distance, based upon judging the map and the reports on the ground from the fires, had to be the city of Sumy. So they had fighting and conflict, which we don't have any updates from this conflict going on. But we had plenty of video and videos of burning vehicles and clear fighting. Like, they're fighting here. Look at, there's just like somebody's Volkswagen right there. It's like in a neighborhood. This was earlier in the day. And then later on in the evening we had further reports from the fighting, and there was fires. Here we go. I don't think this is the one I don't think I can show. Hold on. No, I can't show this one. Yeah, this one's fine. One of these I can't because it's. But here's they're showing the Russian tanks that they got. So that was a conflict in the Sumy, but here's that from the distance from the live feed that we were watching. So this is live right now, so I'm gonna take you guys back in time. It had to be a ways back now. There's some of the fire in the distance you can see. No, it's with the lights on. Can you see? So it's right here. Look where I'm circling where my mouse is, so you guys know where to look. You see the orange coming out of the way back? That's Sumy. And the fire that was going on. Can you see it? This was now 2 hours and 18 minutes ago. it might have the fire might have been more visible. I think it was really going a lot earlier. Wasn't it before Biden's speech? Oh man, there's been so much video watching this now I don't know exactly where it is. But that's the idea, and you could see it in the sky and everything, like it was clearly a fire and missile strikes that were happening back there. Very faint here, but it gets a lot brighter in certain sections, and I can't exactly find. So, here's a live feed now. It's much darker, so you can see what it looked like back then. A lot of the lights are on still. Slowly, more and more lights are shutting off. Here's what it looks like in the daytime. This is just a feed of this is like a Department of Transportation camera or whatever that they have up. Look at it. Looks looks like Wisconsin right here. Like a town off the highway, off of 94 through Wisconsin. Doesn't look anything like this when it's dark. Doesn't look anything like that when it's dark. I should have done that earlier so you guys could see what it looks like exactly. So here it is, daytime view, nighttime, live. So this is live right now. Daytime and nighttime. All right, let's check the map. What do we got, like 20 minutes, 19 minutes before the suspected airstrikes are to begin. Still no recent updates. We got new blips on here. New deployment areas are posted. Rochester military deployment area. Quincy military deployment area. So we're getting some more deployment area updates. Staging areas. Right. Let's go back. Alright, so Biden, the president, 27 minutes ago. Today I authorized a new round of sanctions and limitations in response to Putin's war against Ukraine. We have purposefully designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States. Let's listen.
Sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. And I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%.
All right. The NYC skyline should be lit. Okay. Opinion. Zelensky, today I asked the 27 leaders of Europe whether Ukraine will be in NATO. I asked directly. Everyone is afraid, does not answer, and we will not. We are not afraid. We are not afraid of anything. That's one thing they would need to do. Ukraine calls on hacker underground. We reported that Anonymous is joining to help the fight against the Russian government. So, from the New York Times, videos give some insight into how Ukraine's military is trying to mount a defense. In this video, filmed about 12 miles south of Kiev, the capital, a pilot parachutes into the Dnieper River as smoke rises upon it.
Парашют. У нас самолет сбили. Прямо у нас. Вон. Вот.
Shut a plane down.
Парашют. Да.
Wow.
Самолет чей хоть? Русский. Русский. Утопить того мудака, блядь.
Hope this blank will drown.
У нас самолет сбили.
So that was a Russian plane shot down?
Парашют. Да. Самолет чей хоть? Русский.
So clearly the Ukrainian people not. Hope he drowns. People march. So this happened. So if you missed this was 6 hours ago, and then we watched them all get arrested. People marching through central Moscow this evening chanting "No to War." So that was happening. Many got arrested. 1,600. Let's check the map. Sounds good, Carrie. POTUS makes DHS government lead agency. Okay, here we go. Oh, we have updates now. Here we go. What is this? 6 minutes ago, Secretary Blinken tells ABC Tonight that he's convinced President Putin is going to overthrow the Ukrainian government. Then what? Then what? What happens if we watch live, like, the Russian government, the Russian military, like, roll up in here? I don't feel... Dude. Aftermath of some of the strikes seen in the latest satellite images from 24 Feb shows damage to fuel storage areas and other airport infrastructure at the Chuchiv airfield, eastern Ukraine. So this is 6 minutes ago. New photo. Satellite imagery. Some of the strikes seen in the latest satellite images from 24 Feb shows damage to the fuel storage areas and other airport infrastructure. Huh. Alright, well, we got, what, 13 minutes before this is supposedly supposed to start? We should start a new feed. I know. That's what I was looking at, that same thing. Very surgical airstrike. Johnny, send it to the page so the mods can send it to me in the messenger. This airfield, let me see. This was Kharkiv in Ukraine. 11:55 p.m. This was last night. Yeah, that might have been last night. new feed from this one. We only have 2 angles. Or we can sit and we can watch this one too. These 4. But the only real one we have, oh, you vote start a new feed. Oh. So that way we can save everything that we've learned now. And then we can start a fresh one. You down for that? New feed? Because this was like 6 hours and 45 minutes. And the last feed was over 6 hours too. And we'll continue. Like, it'll be a long feed again. Should we restart before we have to wait for this? Just jump down. Drop a follow, y'all. Drop a follow. And I'm going to restart the feed, a fresh one, while we're waiting for this. To see if it happens or not. Alright, so we'll be right back again. Drop a follow, subscribe, notifications on, and we'll be right back with a brand new feed to see if this does happen. I really hope it does not. I really hope it doesn't, but the reports are in. So, new feed, be right back.